nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is so. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am. Unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Welcome to DBN's coverage of the 2025 Virtual Diplomacy League Championship game. Tonight, 7 of the world's finest diplomacy players face off in a game of strategy, alliances, and betrayal. This year's championship is a milestone, marks 5 incredible years of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Over those years, this league has grown into one of the cornerstones of the diplomacy hobby, and tonight's board will add another chapter to its storied history. First, we'll head to the land down under for the Snakepit Virtual League Championship, and we'll have 2 championships, 2 epic battles, 1 winner from each. Tonight, we'll see who will rise to cement their place in diplomacy history. I'd like to thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for watching. And I'd like to welcome to this broadcast my fellow commentators, starting with Brandon Fogel, former, fellow Diplomacy Broadcast Network founder. Welcome to the stream, Brandon.
Hey, Brian. It's really great to be here. It's lovely to be on this side of the host chair, I have to say.
Yeah, and a former champion of the Virtual Diplomacy League, so we'll be able to add some good color for this broadcast. Looking forward to that. Next up, we've got Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome.
Great to be here. Love to broadcast on these games. Very excited.
Adam, we got to catch your game yesterday, or your broadcast yesterday, of the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. Tons of diplomacy being played right now in online through the virtual format. It is that time of the year, and it's one of my favorite times of the year. That was a great broadcast. If you haven't had a chance, go check it out. And Liam Stokes, welcome back to the broadcast. Long time no see.
Long time no see, Brian. Always good to be here.
So really happy to have you here. Fantastic group of commentators and fantastic fans in Dip Chat. Always one of my favorite parts of the broadcast. Thank you all for being there. And also to each of you watching this after the live version, watching it recorded, whatever time that may be. Would ask if you enjoy diplomacy content, if you could like and subscribe to the channel, post in the comments. All of those items do really help us boost the signal of the diplomacy hobby. This is a really big game, and we'd love your help in getting the word out. So thank you for that. I think a couple things that I'm going to be watching for tonight. So just set up a couple of storylines. I'd like to get your feedback before we move on to our Snake Pit coverage. First up, we have our top 7 players of the Virtual Diplomacy League Championship will be competing in the championship. Brandon, could you quickly summarize what is the Virtual Diplomacy League? What is the format for anyone that may be new to the broadcast, new to the league?
Yeah, so the Virtual Diplomacy League was founded in 2020, right in the middle of that early phase of the pandemic. A bunch of us who love to go traveling around the country and the world, playing playing face-to-face tournaments. This is something that's been going on for some 4 or 5 decades. Those of us who like to do that were suddenly unable to, thanks to COVID-19. And so we quickly figured out how to play online with each other in a format that came to be known as virtual face-to-face. Did not involve actual faces, just voices, but we figured out how in the Discord servers, how to use the voice channels there to get something that was a decent approximation of the face-to-face experiment. experience, I should say. So it should be honestly called virtual voice to voice because it is just voices, not faces, but it has a lot of the immediacy of the in-person face-to-face experience. And it was good enough for us at the time, and it's continued to be good enough going on. So what happened in 2020 was that Zach Moore, another one of the co-founders of this network, was getting a bunch of virtual games going with the Minnesota hobby. The Chicago hobby quickly joined in with them, and then it went continent-wide and then globally pretty quickly, and that became the Virtual Diplomacy League. So the format since then has been that there is a game day once a month, and that game day includes 3 rounds of play, one that is at least one that is convenient for each of the sort of major time zone regions of the world. That's North America, Europe, and Australia and Asia Pacific regions. So it's truly accessible to players playing anywhere in the world. Those game days start in March and end in December. So there are 10 game days. I don't have the stats with me, Brian. I don't know if you do, about how many games were actually played and how many participants.
Yeah, we had 109 participants in the Virtual Diplomacy League this year. I believe that is a record, and it has been quite the global hobby this year. Total games played, I'd need to do a little bit of work to get that, but
47 boards.
47, awesome, Liam. Going deep into our stats there, coming on strong. Yeah, 47 boards, 100 over 100 players from all around the globe. This has really turned into a global event, and just love seeing it, and just really want to thank all of the organizers. I'll start, of course, with the commissioner himself, Zachary Moore, who we are saying farewell with to at the end of this season. This will be his last season, and Isaac Jukes will be taking over as that new commissioner. So really excited about that. But we also could not have the Virtual Diplomacy League without all of the support from the many GMs from all across the globe. So those game managers helping to keep those games running, and all the players who, of course, are participating in these games. And we are honored to be able to cover them right here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. So with that preamble, a couple things I want to talk about. Number one, we've got a couple of really great storylines. We've got a rookie, Justin Lohr, who has rocketed into first place in our standings coming into the league, and is going to be going head-to-head against the defending champion, Michalis Kamaridis. So really fun to see that. Last time we had a rookie come in and dominate the season like this was in 2022 when Nicolas Taillet came in as a rookie. He topped the league and then ended up topping the championship game as well. Adam, I'll go to you on this one. Do you, like, Nicolas has just been one of the best to play this game. What do you think of Justin Lohr's odds?
Well, I think the odds for any rookie going into this are going to be low, and I think they were low when Nicolas went in there, and he just, went in there and did what he needed to do. Can Justin repeat that fact? I don't know. It's a heavy hand, right? This is a tough group of people, but it was a tough group of folks when Nicolas did it. But the task is really, really large. These are some really seasoned players who have been playing diplomacy for a lot longer than Justin has, playing virtual diplomacy a lot longer than Justin has. And a top board is not the same as a league game or a regular game. But I'm excited to watch Justin. He's such a good player. And maybe this is his night. We'll find out.
And equally as difficult sometimes is coming back to back and repeating as a champion. So anybody have any thoughts about Michalis's journey? Is his experience an advantage here, or is hanging under that crown, is he going to be a target?
Any experience is good experience, no matter how that went, and Michalis is not short of experience, that's for sure. He's been around the block once or twice. I don't think he'll underestimate Justin. I don't think he'll be thinking of Justin as the rookie that's inexperienced. He won't make that mistake for sure.
And then
Brian, I have to issue a slight correction though. Nicolas Taillet did not come into that first championship game that he played in as the number 1 seed. He was the number 2 seed, and I was the number 1 seed.
okay,
So
stand corrected. Well, that changes everything, Brandon. Everything. Throw out everything I just said.
well, it doesn't change the fact that what Justin has done is it makes what he's done even more impressive, right? He's come in and taken the number 1 seed from a crop of really experienced players. I think it makes Nicola's achievement in this is 2022, I believe, the 2022 season or 20. He did it in 2022, but it was the 2021
season played in 2022. Yeah.
But no, he was masterful in that championship game. I remember because he was very frustrating to play against in his typical style, and that was a fantastic championship game, and he absolutely deserved to win it.
Yeah, one of the best diplomacy games that I have ever seen, and if we're lucky, we'll have something even approaching that. Next story I want to kind of highlight is the rest of the pool. So we've got incredible talent on this board. So we've got Matthew Tatanchi, who has been on a hot streak, coming in nearly had a legitimate shot to win the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational earlier this year, and has just been last year he was the rookie breakout. And from my perspective, and this year he's a known quantity and had to fight a little bit to make it in, but he's been playing well, and we've seen him play really, really good in this particular format, in this top board format. He seems to play well. Then we've got Ben Kelman. Ben he is a season 1 player who joined us from the very beginning of the Virtual Diplomacy League, very first season. Did not do well in his first season, but has just ground out game after game and consistently improved. And were it not for the solos that Justin and Tatanchi had this year, I think that Ben Kelman would be the big story this year, just coming in with some huge tops. Then we've got Doug Malott, which we'll come back to. But Doug was he was the single highest percentage for top share, so topped more boards and got the highest percentage of tops out of any other player. We have Jordan Connors. Jordan, no stranger to anybody who's been in the diplomacy hobby for a few years, widely regarded as one of the very best extended deadline players, but this year is really his big foray, not first, but big foray into virtual play. Jordan topping game after game, made it into this with only 4 games played, lowest out of any other player, just came up, topped and left, checked out, clocked in, clocked out. All he did was win. Then this weekend, we watched him again at the VDC doing the same thing. So that'll be a big story. And then Christopher Ward coming in. Christopher Ward also in the DBNI top 7, the Super 7 this season, had to crawl and fight and scramble and scratch out people's eyes to make it onto this board, but made it in. And he's got a lot of top board experience as well. So that group of players, that is one talented pool of players. But Brandon, the name that I really wanted to come to is Jordan Connors. Been on that big hot streak. But the question is, playing in the championship, it's a different kind of game. We've seen some players that have done well in qualifying, but you have to learn to play in this format. What do you think his odds are?
It's a really great question, and I think one of the big stories to watch from my perspective. Jordan is extremely well known as one of the best extended deadline players in the world. Just consistently does well. Extended Deadline, however, is a format that tends to reward players who put a lot of work into communication. So volume of communication tends to be an important factor in Extended Deadline performance. That is not the case in face-to-face or virtual face-to-face. In fact, too much communication in virtual face-to-face can work against you if you try too hard to control people's what they're thinking, what they're receiving from other people, for example. And you also just don't have the ability to monopolize somebody's attention. You can, it's just more difficult, and you certainly can't do it with more than one person. Now, so Jordan, however, is also an extremely good gunboat player. I run a series of private gunboat tournaments, and he is just one of the best in them. Consistently, either wins or finishes in the top 7. As far as virtual face-to-face, I have some direct experience now for the first time of playing with Jordan. I played with him in a virtual diplomacy championship game on Friday. I was Turkey to his Austria, and he orchestrated a masterful AIR against me and eliminated me in 1904. And I'm definitely not bitter about that at all. But I can tell you, one of the things that I picked up on was Jordan's sort of ability to control things diplomatically. He just really got the Italy and Russia on his side to the point where they were, this is a good diplomacy negotiator will be able to do this, get people to do things that are not in their interest, but are in the other person's interest. And Jordan is just extremely good at that. I mean, extraordinarily. It didn't surprise me that he was extraordinarily good at that, but he certainly demonstrated it in that game. The question is how that ability will translate to a championship board setting. And I think that is the big question here, because championship boards tend to emphasize balance of power play, not strong, unbreakable alliance play. And it won't surprise me if Jordan ends up being good at balance of power play, but that's not something I've seen him have to demonstrate in any of the venues that I have observed him playing in. So that's what I will be looking out for. Is Jordan looking to find someone that that can form a strong alliance that goes almost to the end of the game? Or does he do that and other people are playing balance of power and it ends up working against him?
Well, it's going to be a fun one to watch. Lots of questions that we are not going to be able to answer. For the first season, probably ever, don't really have a strong opinion on who has the best odds for this. And we took a look at, we asked our audience on our YouTube channel to vote. And I would say, based on what I've seen, we also have a lot of disagreement amongst our audience as well. So 22% voting for Justin Lohr, 22% saying McCallus is going to go back-to-back, 33% taking the field, and then everyone else just celebrating 5 years of Virtual Diplomacy League greatness. So, man, I can't wait. This is going to be, it's got the potential to be yet another Virtual Diplomacy League classic. And we are going to get to that right after another championship game, the Snakepit. So let's transition over to that game. I'm going to go ahead and bring up our first game of the night. Give me a second here. All right, so the Snakepit, let me change my sharing setting here.
I was about to say. Yeah. We're at risk of learning something about Brian that we don't necessarily want to.
Yeah, on our YouTube channel. All right, so Snakepit 2024 championship. The Snakepit is a virtual league that is really emphasizing trying to create an environment where players who are unable to travel, either they don't have the time or the means to do so, are able to play that virtual or that face-to-face like experience. But it is focused on trying to create times that are friendly to the Oceanic and Asia Pacific time zones of the world. So it is primarily a Australian hobby, but is not exclusively so. And we've seen really good group of players in this league. Our top 7 coming onto this board playing the championship, they had 20, got the exact numbers, 24 players, 10 games. So pretty competitive group. Plus this top board. The winner of this game will become the championship or the champion. Every other player is playing for their standings, their final standings. So it's not a win or go home. There is some motivation for the second place players, just like in the Virtual Diplomacy League. So the top 7, we have Josh Hennessy, Jason Gray, Marcus Loan, Jonathan Sun, Isaac Jukes, Michael Saxton, and Nicholas Lawton. We've seen many of those players are going to be familiar to those who have watched the Virtual Diplomacy League and League Night. Really good to see them in a different league. Perhaps we'll see a different meta. There was a Paris method that was used, and this is where we ended up. And let's get to our first game. Brandon, I'm going to start you on play-by-play, and then we'll rotate every year. And then we'll just pause briefly for commentary and move through this game.
All right. Eyes are drawn to the west first, seeing that Marcus in France, has taken the English Channel, which is an aggressive thing for France to do, and France sometimes can scare the rest of the board by getting a good position early on. That will depend largely on how the rest of the board views Marcus as in terms of relative strength relative to the rest of the board. Jason Gray does not worry about the English Channel, goes north, but interestingly sends Liverpool south to Wales, which is a very unusual thing for England to do, and that suggests actually that he might have had an inkling and may even have agreed to allow Marcus into the English Channel, which would be very unconventional. But this is half a hemisphere away from where I live, so maybe they're more willing to do something different down there. Germany's opening is standard here. They'll have to contend with Marcus in Burgundy. We have Russia opening south. We have Italy going to Tyrolia. So Jonathan Sun in Germany has both an army in Burgundy and Tyrolia to worry about. And I think in the fall, we'll be looking to see if there's any coordination between the two of them. We have Austria opening to Galicia, otherwise standard, and there's the bounce with Russia. And the last point of interest is the what do we call this now? The Armenian fist bump, except that Ankara goes to the Black Sea here, not to Constantinople. So there has been the convention recently that Smyrna will bounce Sevastopol in Armenia in order to allow Ankara to try to get out of the box. That's not what happens here. So it's possible that Nicholas Lawton in Turkey is looking to move on Russia initially. All right, we have a sea lion in the west. So Germany and France have collaborated to displace England out of the North Sea, although actually there was no dislodgement here because North went to actually just went to Norway. Otherwise, we have France getting 2 builds, which is actually pretty good in the context of a sea lion. France sometimes only gets 1 in that case. England clearly knew that something bad was happening and has gone to Norway and gone down to the North Atlantic. Interesting response to a sea lion here. I think typically you would have England not want to give up on North Sea, but the army being in Wales, I think, prevented that. I'll let the commentators talk about that a little bit more. In the south, we have the aggressive AI. We need a name for this opening, a pithy name to capture it, because it's become very common and it's extremely aggressive on the AI's part. That is, Italy gets Trieste and goes to the Aegean Sea here. This does require some trust between Austria and Italy, since Trieste was given in the fall, not the spring. Turkey is clearly bent on going against Russia, continuing to Armenia here, and blocking Romania.
Yeah, I think the opening alliance structure seems to be somewhat set. I mean, I think, except that I think the confusion in the West, certainly we have an FG that's at least initially going to be working on England. I think the East is a little bit more complicated because we have what looks like an AI against T, while we have Turkey fighting Russia. So will this be an AIR? You know, it certainly seems a likely outcome from Turkey's opening salvo.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. It's pretty hard for Turkey to make the moves that Nicholas just made, and then go to Russia and say mea culpa, let's stop the AI. There's not a lot of incentive for Russia to give them that inch of rope, but we'll see what happens.
Well, arguably, there actually is a lot of incentive, right? in many ways, you know, say, hey, okay, convoy out of Armenia or pull it back to Ankara, and let me get that army into Romania, and let's do this. Okay, you know, but bygones be bygones. That all being said, it may be more in Russia's interest to just say, hey, I got an AIR. Why am I not going to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes you see an AIR get off to a fast start and prompt a Western triple response. I think in this case, we may see the opposite, which is a fast FG being at least another reason for an AIR. But as you guys said, there is a good reason on its own in the East.
I'm super fascinated by the build in Liverpool, Fleet Liverpool, right? Because that is not what you would necessarily expect when you have a German fleet in the North Sea. So that suggests to me that one of two things is happening. Either there's something very tricky going on, and England and Germany have something going on that is really weird. I think that's less likely than England just being really, really mad at France and saying, okay, you know, I'm done. Can't survive this. So Germany gets it all.
One other item I'll throw out. One unique thing about this league is negotiations are allowed during the build phase. However, they can only be done at the table in the open. So it is possible there was some deal making going on here as well. If nothing else, Adam, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to saying, hey, loudly at the table, I'm building this way. Germany, I want to work with you. F you, Marcus.
Yeah.
But it gives Germany a real choice, right? You know?
It really does, right? I mean, and Germany can just say, okay, I'm gonna do this, and that's what looks like is happening. But I'll let I think Liam, you get to do the play-by-play for this one.
Okay, great. It looks like unfortunately for Jason, there's now 2 foreign armies on the island, which I think I don't want to quite say thanks for playing Jason Gray, but this is a tough spot to be in, at least in the West. That's pretty much the story. In the middle, there's a bounce in Tyrolia. I would take a guess that may be arranged, given that Austria is seemingly now that AI that we thought was coming fast and aggressive has collapsed pretty quickly. And it does seem that, as Adam pointed out, there's some cooperation between the Turks and the Russians, and I will point out that it is a fleet in Romania, as the comment that just came up is that rat that's very pro-Austrian on the Russians' move. The Turks are now out of Armenia. So what could have been a fast-forming AIR has turned into a very fast-forming in the other direction rat. So an interesting development, I think, in the East, how quick that changed.
Yeah, I'd love to know if this had something to do with the negotiations or if the East was responding to events in the West.
I'm more surprised by the Austrian moves than anything else. I don't find the other moves surprising, but let's see the follow-up.
I mean, if we stick in the East, there's three arrows heading west from the Russians. There's a couple more from the Austrians trying to get in, and I think the Italian and the German maybe had a little bit of cooperation to keep the center spaced out, but I don't think that'll last for very long. It looks like this rat is trying to go full steam ahead. They'll be a bit stymied in the Mediterranean until a couple disbands come in, but I think it's only a matter of time as long as they stick together. But this is being a top board. This is a game of balance of powers. I highly doubt in 2 turns we'll be saying rat versus FG. I think things will be quickly turned around, but I'll be interested to see how long this lasts. In the West, it looks like some further consolidation. I think England's now down to 1 after Germany picks up Liverpool and Edinburgh, which is tough. But those 2 builds are going to be pretty essential, although I think they're only going to be able to have 1 open space to build. So Germany will be playing a unit down, which I think from his perspective, it won't hold on to them for long. So I think there's some France, though, I think is looking fairly pretty. They feel must be okay for now, but their attention will be quick to the Mediterranean, I think, with those fleets.
I think the only moves that you sort of wonder about with this rat is the Russian moves, because I think that they don't necessarily need to be in Galicia here, right? They could have gone up to Livonia and Warsaw instead of doing that, or stayed in Ukraine to keep something in the south to protect themselves. Now, obviously, with that fleet in Romania, what are they going to do with Galicia? Not a whole lot, but it's still interesting to see that they move that way.
Yeah, Russia's build here is going to be fast. There you go.
Yeah, that's no surprise.
Well, it's revealing, right? It's I think if you're Austria, you're really relieved after having seen that army move to Galicia. But this is clearly anti-German. There's no other way to look at that.
The one interesting build, actually, I'll say a lack of build that stands out here is Paris remains empty after France had 2 builds. So there was a wave that might have been negotiated, that may have been announced to the table. Who knows what that was like? But I think that's probably to maybe keep their German ally a little bit happy, or actually more likely is probably to build another fleet as soon as a spot becomes available. I think that's probably more what that is for, because I don't think there'll be another dot changing hands here.
Well, France has an interesting choice now, right? Are they going to send the fleets to the north to work with the Russians against Germany, or are they going to swing around south very early in this game and get involved in that front and stick with the FG alliance? So I think that's what I'm watching for this turn, which will be very telling. Yeah,
Adam, you're up.
Yep, and it certainly doesn't look like they're moving against the Germans. Those moves really certainly look like they're getting ready to swing south. So France makes that move out to the Mao, out to Lyon. That's not normally what you would do if you were going to go north. You'd bounce the North Sea, probably go to Holland, get that convoy London back down or something along those lines. In the east, we have clear aggression between Russia and Germany, which is exactly what we expected. Germany gets out to the Baltic Sea, but it's bounced back in Denmark. Russia is now in Bohemia, Prussia, and Silesia. And it looks like the Italians and Germans are still standing Austria off out of Tyrolia, so that's still not working. Austria and Turkey collaborate to destroy the Russian fleet in Romania. I'm sure that that's agreed. This is pretty typical for this kind of situation. I'm guessing Austria will move out so Russia can build a 3rd Northern Fleet, which is fine. The thing that I find interesting is that Austria is giving Greece to Turkey, which may be to disband the Austrian fleet and let Turkey get another fleet in the south so that they have the drop on Italy.
I actually think it's more to ensure Ionian here. It wouldn't surprise me to see Greece be the mover.
Yeah, but I guess that's fair.
And Austria, there you go.
Except they don't do it quite right. Yeah, I mean they do it right enough since Italy moves out of Ionian anyway. Though if Ionian had held, this would not have gone. But Adriatic, I suppose, makes sense for this position. So Turkey does indeed take Ionian without taking a dot off of Austria. So the rat continues with Austria moving out of Romania up into Galicia. I think that they finally do take Tyrolia, it looks like. So there you go. Though Russia pulls up to Livonia and Prussia, I'm not.
It's very clever because it forces the Baltic to be disbanded.
It's disband for Baltic, is
and he can't rebuild it.
Yeah. It's a forced disband. Okay, it's very interesting move. Yeah,
he's already playing 1 down, I think, the German, so he'll be
Yeah.
playing 2 down now.
Yeah.
So this is potentially where Marcus says, "Hey, you've got a couple of spares. Do you want to throw the? I'm gonna help you. got a fleet for you. Do you really need Holland? Do you really need Eddie? Maybe I'll convoy you out. I'll take it after you." So let's see. I'm curious to see if Marcus is very so kindly going to be building some support units for Germany.
yeah. This feels like a really good French position. It feels like France is almost playing the part of Turkey in this game right now.
Fall of 1903, we've got our center count. League leader right now, or a board leader right now, is tied with 7 centers in the West. Marcus Lone, Jonathan Sun. Jonathan just having to disband that fleet in the Baltic. I will just say very quickly, I agree with this. Great tactics from Michael to pull that off. And Jason Gray, this is what I wanted to highlight. Sometimes when you are down to one position, what do? How do you keep yourself interested? How do you stay in the game? Well, sometimes that's coming up with clever tactics that other players don't have time to do because they're too busy negotiating, or perhaps just flustered based off the situation. So if you want to find a way to stay useful in alliance as that small power, sometimes that's a great way to do it. So Jason, good on you for finding a way to stay in that game.
And Jason could stay around a long time if he's being useful to Russia. I mean, he's got no reason to take St. Petersburg, right? And because he can't build, so all he's got to do is stick with somebody, and Russia's got no incentive to take him out unless he needs to dot late in the game.
Yeah, I think what I'll be looking out for here is trying to see what decisions that Marcus makes around the boot, whether he wants to prop Italy up or whether he wants to cut a deal and carve it up and figure the rest out later. So that's what I'll be looking for, I think.
All right, this is back to me. It's hard not to be impressed with how France has sort of engineered things, or at least how things have come around in France's favor. I mean, this is an example, I think, of how you can create a situation in your sphere that causes the other sphere to react in a way that disadvantages your alliance partner to your benefit. So it's quite a good setup for France, and they're doing a good job of getting their units into good positions, like putting London into Holland here rather than Edinburgh, which is quite interesting. Germany is apparently fine with that because they don't have much other choice. Brest goes here to the English Channel, which is also interesting, that Marcus sees his play in the north, not in the south, where the fleets could potentially do a little bit of damage. Elsewhere, we have Russia getting units into good positions to do things against Germany. That's really nice play. Really good use of a Janissary and Jason Gay up there to make sure you get into Skagerrak, and now Norwegian and North. So the French position, which has some appeal to it, also has some risks looming on the horizon. Elsewhere, we have Italy gets into Ionian, which causes a retreat into Naples. It also thwarts a convoy from Bulgaria to Apulia, which is significant because Italy and France together have the power to evict Turkey from Naples here, although they'll have a hard choice to make about Venice in the meantime. That's about it. Unless we get Galicia, the Austrian army going up into Silesia here. So the Russian and Austrian positions are now a little bit kaleidoscopically mixed.
Does Holland go to Ruhr now?
Probably. Okay. Or does it? France does have some options, we'll call them, and France takes one of them. Which it was possibly agreed. I mean, we can read the tea leaves here. So Holland stays put. France and Germany together do some complicated tactics. It looks like there was a guess and they guessed wrong. No, it looks like Berlin was not holdable thanks to Baltic and Bohemia. And so, well, they did a good job of not losing Munich as well, but Munich slips into Silesia, trying to cut support in Silesia. The fleets in the north don't do a whole lot, except for the one that gets into Denmark. So Germany is actually dropping 3 here. And in the south, we have Italy sacrificing Venice in order to, well, I guess they didn't have a choice because Rome is getting tapped here. But they lose Venice to the Austrians. They retake Naples, allowing, oh, we have a double retreat. Oh, this is juicy. Italy retreats to Apulia, as does Turkey, which means both units come off the board. And Turkey takes Greece, which is interesting. Love to know from from my commentator friends Liam and Adam whether they think that was agreed upon or not.
I would admit, if it wasn't agreed upon, I think we would have seen the army in Serbia instead. I think they would have gone for both if it wasn't agreed upon. Could see it next year. Let me take it this year, and that way you have one more turn of I'll call it cover or smoke to be able to get in position. But I would suspect this was, at least for this turn, fully agreed upon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reasonable argument that Turkey can make to put another fleet in the south is more important than another army in the middle. If I'm Austria, I'm Austrian a rat, I probably want the build for myself to be able to bolster my position and not leave my backside as far open as it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think the question is like, at what point does this 3-way alliance get destabilized? I think it might not be yet, but
I think they're all getting a build, all 3 of them, because Austria got Berlin.
They got Berlin. That's why they gave the build to Turkey.
So they'll still get a build. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense actually. I hadn't realized that they were giving her Berlin.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that all of these moves show really good coordination between Austria, Russia, and Turkey. So they were all doing things that helped one another ensure that each one got a build. I think the move that probably would worry me if I'm Austria, now that I've looked at this more carefully, is Smyrna to Constantinople. There really is not a good reason for that. That should be in Ankara or Syria right now.
Well, the argument is for Russia's sake, you don't want to build the fleet on the Black Sea, probably.
Well, Ankara is nice and open,
you go to Ankara, you go to Syria.
Yeah.
So we've got Jaden asking, does Turkey wave now with 2 builds, or is it time to sharpen the knife? We've got Steve Hogue saying, so Turkey will be building 2 here. Interesting.
That's right. They got to pull.
Turkey must be appalled by this piff, just distraught. We've got some excitement about our order, or our builds, our Turkish ones in particular, as we move into 1904.
Yep.
Fleet Trieste. Hey.
Interesting.
That's I don't think what you want here, but
I think so.
I don't think that's what you want here.
That's who doesn't want.
I don't think Austria wants that. I think Austria is too vulnerable in the middle. They need to put armies down. It's also not a great sign for your alliance. Had France kept 3 fleets in the Med, it might be a different story where you're making an argument that we need that extra fleet right now. I think this is a tough argument as to why you need a second fleet when you've got an alliance with Turkey. And you've got nothing in Serbia. You've got nothing in Budapest. Dangerous play.
I think if Russia asked Austria for this, it's really clever. I don't see how this doesn't put Austria and Turkey on a collision path. And given the army move to Constantinople, I think this is a mistake. I don't think you can do this under any circumstances.
Yeah.
I just think, can they afford to collide at this point? That just the way that Marcus seems to not have a ton of threats. He's decided the Mediterranean's not worth his time. Those German dots over on the island are doing no good to Germany. So I just don't think Austria and Turkey could afford to collide at this point.
I don't think they. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brandon.
I was going to say, I think if you're either one, but especially if you're Turkey, I think the question you would be asking here is, what do I need Austria for?
As long as either one of them can get the Russian on side, then yeah.
I think France pulling fleets back north makes Austria less helpful here, right? I mean, you're more concerned if it's Austria, if it's France having a bunch of units either propping up Italy or potentially taking those Italian dots for themselves. Here, yeah, it's going to be slower play against Italy if you're fighting them yourself, but you got to build in pocket. You can walk into Serbia right now. You can put up a fight for Trieste as well, maybe. You're thinking about it, but maybe you wait too. Maybe you can wait. I don't know.
Well, I think Italy is still viable, so you could switch and try to use Italy as an ally in order to fight in order to take dots from Austria, and they they might be happy to. I'm sorry, why is the fleet still in Barents, Brian? Can you just flip back to
it bounced the North Sea?
Oh, it wasn't
Norwegian.
supported by Norway. Oh. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Norway went to the North Sea for some reason.
To cut
the Denmark. To cut the Denmark.
Guarantee Denmark. Okay.
Spring 1905, we've got Marcus Lone leading the board with an 8 center France as we continue past the into the mid game.
Now we see that Norway support for Barents up in the north there. So Jason keeping this game moving. Thank you, Jason. We do see some movement right by Marcus completely leaving the Med with his one fleet, and his armies are headed back north as well. So he's really focusing on the middle and northern sides of the board, where in the south he's dedicating a bit of a token force, but still being successful. He's able to get the Italian back into Venice, and would have got to the Ionian if Albania was free. So Marcus, for the most part, making the right moves, except unfortunately Denmark was able to hold. The FG has lost the center, I think, at this point. Munich is gone, Berlin is now gone, so it'll be a bit of a tough road to hoe until that Italian support comes in. And I think Isaac probably has no love lost for the rat on the other side, so I think he'll be pretty happy to help out, especially as he's building for now. Turkey. Otherwise, what did those armies do quickly? He backed the armies off. So yeah, he did not. Nicholas had no intention of turning. I think he's decided he's better to have his armies parked at home. But he does have a build in pocket, so we'll see what that ends up being. I imagine a fleet here in the next year when that comes through. All right. Sticking in the south, the Turkish do take back the Ionian from the Italian, and it does look like the Austrians are able to get Venice back. So unfortunately, Isaac won't be building here as he retreats into Tunis. So unfortunately, that there's no help in the center coming quite yet, and it does look like the Austrians and the Russians are able to hold off for now. They do make some progress in the north again, thanks to Jason Gray for keeping things moving. Denmark is able to make it to the North Sea. Thanks to the north actually vacating it to Skagerrak, they would have made it with just the 2 supports. Otherwise, I do note the one arrow that I'm looking at, and maybe this is what Brandon is sort of got his eyebrows furrowed for, is Kiel to Holland with support, yeah. Which actually allows the Russian to take Kiel. Yeah. And considering we're supported Kiel to hold, I think maybe Jonathan's asking, what am I getting out of this FG? And it turned out not a lot. So that is a bit of an interesting give to the center of the board. Whether that was negotiated, whether Jonathan just said, I want a dot, I don't care whose it is, I'm getting a dot this turn. Granted, with no home centers to build in, we'll see how long that can last for him.
It's a very curious thing to do, and it's either Jonathan was talked into this by the Russian or a combination of Eastern powers, or Jonathan decided that the only path to survival was to become a janissary, or even just to try to hold on to as many centers as he can. I mean, he's surrounded by Russian units which were not used to take Kiel, but they could have been. But Man, if you're Marcus and you have, propped up Jonathan for, and bypass centers that you could have taken, you probably feeling right now that you played too nicely. And you might be right.
A question would be what this is a group that would play regularly. This would be a group of people who in a league you'll see each other over and over and over again as these boards go. What does that dynamic play into some of these maybe relationship choices? You make, like you said, Jonathan makes a choice like this. Maybe Marcus is feeling a little, I'll remember that for the next time. Do you think that plays into any of their thinking at all?
I think it's pretty minimal. I think sometimes when you start a game, you're sort of like, oh yeah, I remember we had some trouble last time. But I honestly think once you're in the thick of a game, like what somebody's style is maybe, but I think you're thinking about what makes sense now and how do we deal with the situation that we're in now. I don't think I don't know. I mean, I'm perplexed by it also, considering it didn't really feel like Marcus made any aggressive moves against Jonathan this whole game, unless the take of Holland was completely not discussed, right? That would be the only thing. But other than that, and even that was not a big deal because I don't think Germany had a build coming that they could use anyway, right?
No, in fact, they had 2 in pocket that they couldn't use.
Yeah,
right?
so to me, like Marcus has really been pretty straight play, at least from what we see on the board. It looks like he's been playing it pretty straight, which makes that kind of a move really surprising to me. I don't see how that helps Jonathan's survival. If anything, I think it diminishes and probably removes any possibility of him surviving this game.
I agree, but he may not have thought that through, right?
So Brandon, interesting disband here for Marcus Lone, who has been in control of this game up until this point. Not an easy one. Is it Fleet Skag, or do you have your eye on something else?
No, I think it's Fleet Skagerrak. Even if you continue to fight Austria or Russia and England, it's going to get blown up. Disbanding it would be a way to signal to them that you are interested in a strategic realignment, which is what Marcus should absolutely be doing right now.
Goodness gracious, what kind of strategic realignment do you have in Russia other than saying, okay, Russia, you've got the North? Like what strategic realignment do you have that's actually in France's interest? You take Liverpool, you let Russia take Edinburgh, and you're done? Like what happens to
that? Yeah, and you hope the rest of the board recognizes that Russia is a runaway threat right now.
And now Jason's outrun his usefulness. Norway, I imagine, will start changing hands pretty quickly here, and I think that's sort of if Marcus can make Michael look like a big threat, maybe that that extra Turkish build and that Austrian build will head the other way. Now that there's really no threat in the center of the board.
Yeah, I do agree with Steve Hogue here. Strategic realignment probably involves Turkey. So with the negotiations at the table during these adjustments, this would have been a fun one to listen to. What do we put down? Fleet Smyrna. So if that's what Marcus was hoping for, I don't think that was the build that they had in mind.
I don't think there's any other build here for Turkey to make, right? I mean, whether you're going to try to go to the Black Sea or you're going to send that fleet out, you're going to go to Armenia now. I mean, it really makes no difference. You have nothing else to put down. You're not going to put down a third army at home, I don't think.
Yeah, and there's a clear attack on Russia if you want it, which is not this. It would have been Khan to Bull and Smyrna to Khan.
Well, is it completely not? Well, I guess this isn't an attack, but is this not somewhat of a realignment, or at least a rebalancing with Budapest to Romania and Turkey presumably taking Sev now?
Potentially. I'll let you call out the orders first, and then we can.
Sure. And I think that's that's kind of the immediate thing that strikes one, and maybe this is just swapping centers and Russia saying, okay, we're gonna keep rolling this, and we're gonna race to one of us getting the top. Elsewhere, we got Austria taking Rome. Excuse me. Turkey is still really playing pretty passively. Tunis going to North Africa is really interesting. As well, Italy looks like they're fleeing their homeland in order to attack France at this point. Meanwhile, Russia's convoying Germany back up into England. This looks like full, Russia made some great pitch to Germany and got them on side, which is quite fascinating.
God, this turn is kind of incredible.
Yeah.
It's yeah. You've got some janissarying going on. I mean, Isaacs, I think, effectively said, I've lost the boot. I'm not getting it back. Nobody's going to help me. I'll survive by running away and making a dash for the French units. And I'm just curious. Marcus, to me, is making a very bold move by putting an army onto the island and not bolstering the center of the board, where inevitably is he's going to get pushed through. So I'm to me, that's a very brave move.
Yeah, this looks to me like there's a set of FUs flying around. And the only one that doesn't appear to have an FU directed at them is Russia and Turkey both, although Ankh to Armenia is fascinating. I think Bud to Rum combined with Silesia to Berlin is plausible, though I think if you're Russia, you're not thrilled about having foreign armies next to Sevastopol. Yeah, it really interesting to see. I mean, it kind of feels like if Turkey's going to make a move, it has to be right now, right?
Is it even a move, though? Is it even a move? It's just kind of like, hey, you're bigger than the rest of us, so I'm going to take my piece. This is just what it is, right? I'm not sure it's a move.
Yeah, and by move I mean like go hard on one of your neighbors, and they're not doing it.
They're not doing that clearly.
Yeah. So I think this is the question I'm raising is this the moment, and has Turkey passed it by? Yeah. Adam, you're up, man.
Okay. Well, we got a conga line up north with Norway going out to Norwegian going out to now, Norway going out to Norwegian, Sweden to Norway. Thank you very much, Jason Gray, for holding the North Sea. You've lost your last center. The middle of the board. Wow, we've got Munich walking into Burgundy because France covers themselves there. So okay, there we go. And for some reason, Austria walks out of Rome while taking Naples. I'm not sure. I guess that it's supposed to be an Italian unit janissarying for them, though it doesn't really make sense to me that they would do that here. I'm curious for others' perspective. I think Turkey's move certainly makes sense. I don't know why Austria is walking out of that dot when they're also, well, they're still +1, but they could be +2. I don't know. I don't get it.
I think it's to keep the Italian fleets alive, probably. There's clearly some coordination going on, I think, with Italy, which should worry Turkey.
Does it allow them to break through Marseille, having that? I think there's enough units where they could keep the army in Piedmont, the Fleet Lyon, and then with the army in Munich that's in Burgundy, that should be enough to break through Iberia, right?
Once they're in Burgundy, they don't need those Italian units to break into Iberia, though, right?
That's right. That's
yeah.
Right.
So it just, I mean, obviously he didn't know he was going to walk into Burgundy, but that there's not enough French units in the middle to hold Rohr and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think if you're Austria, you want Piedmont to come off the board here.
But France is +2.
Oh, I thought France was only +1. Where were they? Did they have a piffed? They must have had a piff.
Must have been in the spring.
It was Skagerrak.
It was Skag. They put and that Jason Gray, I did want to call out, like it was a Wrath of Khan moment when he's like going down and taking the French fleet with him.
Oh, that's great. But I mean, my goodness, if you were Marcus Lone in France, wouldn't you have much rather had that army in Piedmont rather than the little joyride in Skagerrak for one turn? All right.
Well, what we end up with is spring 1907, a three-way top for the board at 8 centers each: Russia, France, and Austria. This game is tight. I believe the game will play until 1910. So moving towards the end phase of this game, who's going to pull ahead? I can see it going a few different ways as we go into the spring of 07. Liam. Or Brandon, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think this is me. I will say, by the way, if you are Russia and Austria and Turkey don't start fighting, then I think you should be really, really worried. So I think diplomatically, you should be doing everything you can to get Austria and Russia fighting here. Okay, what does happen is that Turkey is cycling some armies into positions that should not make Russia or Austria very happy. That is the army into Smyrna and the Sevastopol army into Ukraine. Turkish fleets are also advancing as well into Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian, and so both Tunis and Naples are both under threat here. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Russian units are advancing in slightly delicious ways here, taking Holland and moving into Ruhr and Kiel. This is a very unusual Russian position, sort of winning the north here, trying to have North Africa support Norwegian. I'm sorry, North Atlantic support Norwegian into Edinburgh, which is ambitious in the extreme. It's an invalid order for those of you listening at home who don't know. We do have Austria getting into Marseille with the Italian Janissaries' help, and this is again, maybe this is a culture thing. We have the Italian who was propped up by Marcus, now turning on Marcus. So Marcus has spent his capital here in this game, helping out two other players and getting punished by both of them for it. So really interesting to know more background on why that's happened. But yeah. Fall 1907 sees the revenge of Marcus taking back Marseille here, but losing Spain for it. We do have Russia, Russia taking Belgium and Holland. It's fascinating here, right? Is that Russia is taking things over and not really facing aggression from anyone, unless the Turk is now getting in position to move on them. Munich does take Berlin here, so keep an eye on and see whether that is meant to be, whether that's just balancing or whether that's meant to be aggressive. In the south, we have the Italian units, the Italian centers in Rome and Tunis falling to Austria and Turkey, respectively, whereas Italy is going to survive for now on Spain.
I feel like one thing that Russia could have thought about doing here, instead of going St. Petersburg to Moscow, is bringing it into Livonia and then building an army in Moscow. I think that's a better defensive position in case somebody does something funny here. But can't obviously make sense for them to be putting units further south to protect themselves.
They've got to turn here because there's no unit in Galicia.
That's right. Right. But I think there's about to be one. I mean, it's hard to see. We're getting into 1908. It's hard to see things something starting to happen. I don't know. I mean, somebody's got to go for it.
Who's got the advantage? That's a question for me.
I'm looking for that third Austrian fleet in Trieste on this build. With those two builds, I'm looking for that. If Josh wants to cut a deal with the Russians, they're already having a lot of good cooperation. I think a lot of those swaps in the center with Russia were arranged. Good cooperation all aboard, but I think they're if that third fleet gets put down, and he's got the Italian fleet to do some funny stuff with, working with. I think Josh, if he puts that down, I think he'll step on the gas and give it a go.
Goodness gracious, I was wrong about that second fleet, right? It worked out really well for him. Yeah. I feel like a third fleet, and it's on with Turkey, right? There's no way it's not on. So the question is it Army Vienna and Budapest, and you're going to protect your holdings in Germany and maybe make a play to at least have a good position against Russia come the last 2 years? Or is it, I'm ready to fight Turkey? I don't know. It's a tough call. Mm-hmm. And it's two armies.
Fleet Ankara.
Yeah, it's there. It's on. Yeah, but is Fleet Ankara anti-Russian or is it anti-Austrian? Austrian, right? Because I think that's the question now. Russia's got nothing around the Black Sea, right? So it very easily could be anti-Austrian.
It could be purely defensive. I want to be in the Black Sea. It's a nice place to be, and nobody's going to crack this nut while I'm in there, kind of thing.
Yep.
I would not be happy if I was Josh Hennessy right now.
No.
That seems very, very scary to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder if Josh jumping out to the lead here, taking 10, it has actually come back to bite him. If that hasn't been what has prompted Turkey into taking a belated anti-Austrian stance. I think Turkey probably should have moved before now.
The flip side is you're Turkey and you got no armies in position to do much,
Right.
right? And here we go.
I think we're starting to see that balance of power. He's now, Josh is one ahead of Michael. Everybody's going to do what they can. These are the crabs in the bucket, pulling them down. Nobody can get a lead. Nobody can get more than one ahead of me. Everybody has to be catchable. Everybody has to be reachable. And we'll even see some cooperation between the Russians and the French here now in the center of the board with Burgundy to Munich and Ruhr supporting that. Holland to Kiel, getting in position to do some more. So I think Michael's cutting a deal with the French. It looks like Michael's cutting a deal with Nikola in Turkey, with the supporting Galicia there. So I think this is all in on the board leader. As soon as you become the board leader, you are the target. It doesn't matter about previous relationships. It doesn't matter about who stabbed who the last turn. It is, you have one more than me. You're the target.
Especially as we enter into 1908. Only 4 turns left, 3 after what we've seen here. Time is running out. I'm sure that tensions are getting higher as we enter into this stage of the game. This is when the game really turns delicious. Speaking of that crag metaphor.
The first thing I'd love to point out is apparently how useful Isaac is. There were 3 French units on Spain, and that fleet in Tuscany is apparently more useful than a dot build for France. So the story, the Janus area, I think, with Jason up in the north, Isaac down in the south. But it looks like the race for the top, the scramble is on. Turkey making a little bit of movement in Bulgaria. That may be enough to start cracking some of that down in the east next year if it goes much further. Some cooperation again with Michael and Jonathan to take London away from Marcus. So I think France will have a disband here if I'm right. But a lack of coordination in the center of the board. I'm not too sure if maybe Michael and Marcus couldn't agree on who could get Munich, because I think Munich was a guarantee if they put 3 units on it. So maybe there was some distrust. Maybe they couldn't agree. Maybe somebody wanted to keep Josh at 10.
Well, look at the North Sea order, right? Look at the North Sea order. I think that's what answers your question, Liam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the question for me is whether there was a breakdown in negotiations between Marcus and Jonathan, and Marcus and Michael, sorry, or if Michael just made a strategic decision here, which would be a fascinating one, right? Because you would think you'd want France around on your side to help fight Austria.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. So
yeah.
Marcus has made the decision not to punish Russia for that. The disband in Wales helps Russia, whereas I think Piedmont would have been the disband if you were saying, F you Russia, I'm not going to hold back Austria for you.
Yep.
And the St. Petersburg army build is fascinating, right? I think Army Warsaw is sort of the natural build you'd expect here, isn't it?
Unless you want to convoy, go to Norway and convoy over and make sure you get the English dots.
But don't you want to protect Russia?
I mean, St. Petersburg can be pretty defensive, considering Galicia, I think, is a lost cause if they want it to be. Goes back to Warsaw. Place to retreat. Yeah.
One more little juicy tidbit in this very entertaining game so far. Jason Gray saying, I believe Marcus forgot he had the disband. It was the farthest away. So the auto rule going Wales being the one to disband. That's a big one. A huge factor in this game.
Oh wow. Well, it made it so that Michael didn't think he needed to convoy over. Yeah, although maybe if Germany's on side, then he made the right decision. I'm sorry, I'm taking Adam's thunder here.
No, go right ahead, Brandon. Go ahead.
Oh, it's your turn though. Yeah.
Okay. So in the north, it's going to be an interesting tactical position come the fall, because now you have France with fleets in Wales in the North Atlantic, Russia in Liverpool and the English Channel. Wow, and Germany and Yorkshire doing, I guess nobody really knows what this turn, right? Because they seem to have been with Russia, then with France, then with Russia, then with France, then with Russia again. In the south and the east, we have a very clear coordination between the Russians and the Turks. Looks like they're able to take Romania here, and I guess the Austrians take Greece for their troubles as well. So there's clear fighting. The Turks also take Naples here. I'm trying to figure out why that happened. Why didn't Rome just support Naples?
Probably because they expected that Tuscany was going
get cut
to
from Tuscany.
Yep.
What was Naples actually trying to do?
Tap Ionian.
Go to Tap Ionian. So in case it supports,
because you had nothing else to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Let's see. So Austria retakes Naples because Turkey goes to so everybody's basically trying to retake what they already got, except I think Turkey does hold Romania, but I think that's the net effect of all of this, right? And Austria is now in the Ionian Sea, which isn't great for Turkey. I think this is some pretty lost position for Turkey, even though they took a dot. I think they're taking a hit on position here.
but they're losing Tunis.
Except in the middle of the board, right, where Russia kicks them out of Berlin. That's a big deal. But they take Kiel, so I guess they're. I mean, that's a much worse position. That's a much worse position in Germany for sure. And France self-bounced Munich. Why did they do that? To keep it Austrian? That's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. And everybody wants London. Germany wants Liverpool and gets it. Wow. I mean, wow.
Well, I mean, you have Marcus and Jonathan. I'm sorry, Jonathan and Isaac. So Germany and Italy, they're both going to be at 2
with only a single unit. Yeah, we're going to be playing
centers.
with 2 units short on this board. That's fascinating as heck.
Yeah, they've both now hurt the Eastern powers that they were initially beset by and then sided with. So they're having a good time.
Entering winter of 1909, we've got Michael Saxon pulling ahead with 10 centers over a 9-center Austrian Josh Hennessy. Nicholas Lawton in third with a 7-center Turkey. 1 turn left. We will pause here. I believe it's 1 turn left, or 1 year left. Yeah. Adam, I'll start with you, and then I'll work our way up visually the screen. Who do you think has the best shot at winning this game from this position?
Wow. I'm going to go with Austria. I think it's really close, but I'm going to go with Austria. I don't think Turkey's in a position to take anything. I don't know that they're going to gain, but I actually think that they're embedded enough and Russia is thin enough in the middle of the board that even should they lose one of those dots, they're going to retreat into another one. So they'll lose one. Well, they've still actually no. Now that I'm looking at that, okay, they've got to gain one in order to get ahead of Russia. No, they can't gain one. It's going to be Russia.
Yeah, I think Russia. Oh, sorry, Liam. I'll let you go.
Austria can't. Yeah, Austria can't gain. I mean, I'm looking at the position, and I don't think Austria can lose one, but I also don't think they can catch up to Russia. And Russia, the only way Russia loses, I don't think they lose a dot. I think they can hold at 10.
Well, I think it depends on if we only know it's 1 more year, then I think
we
I agree with you, Adam.
We know it's 1 more year. Yeah,
if
it's longer, actually, I'm not holding out. I'm not ruling out Turkey, though. I think Turkey really lost their window.
If the game goes longer, this really favors Nicholas. If it doesn't, if it goes long, Michael, I think, is very, like you said, very thin in the north. I think there's so many there's not enough units to cover all the spaces that are there, and so if it went longer and maybe that's people want to call it there and give it to whoever's in the lead. I will point out, if we get to the point, if there's a shared top at the end, there is no winner on the board declared. It simply goes to points, and the standings will declare the winner. So if there is an agreement at a shared top that say, look, nobody's won this, but let's go to points, that we could see that come to play as well.
And going into that, I believe, was it Michael Saxton that has the advantage in our points? I'll double check that while Brandon, you're calling out your who has the best shot at pulling away with this win.
I think, presuming that France is not willing to help either Austria or Russia over the other, I think Russia has a set of moves here that, and assuming also that Turkey plays defense properly, I think Russia has a set of moves here that would guarantee them the win. The most they can lose is Edinburgh. They should be able to gain Kiel without losing either Holland or Denmark. And Austria should lose Munich here. There'd be a chance that France could lose Belgium. There's also a chance that Irish Sea could go to the Mid-Atlantic here and snag Portugal. Austria could snag Berlin out of this, but probably shouldn't. Should probably lose one in the north. So I think, Russia has a significant advantage here.
Yep.
And if I'm reading my standings correctly, Marcus is actually got the tiebreaker, but that's not going to be a factor. So of our or in the standings. So in our order of we'll call them the three contenders, we've got Nicholas first, then Michael, then Josh.
I should say, actually, looking at Josh's position, there is some creative stuff he could do, like going to Eastern Med here. Pulling one though. Oh, never mind. No, it's
I think with a pull, it's I at first liked the position, but he needs to actually gain, which I just don't see happening. Yeah, it's over.
It ends right there. Actually, there you go.
Just agreed.
Nobody sees a path. Yeah, makes sense.
Well, congratulations to Michael Saxton, winner of the inaugural Snakepit 2024 Championship. That was a thriller coming down to the wire. 10 center Russia overtaking Josh Hennessy's 9 center Austria at the end of the game. Well played. We'll go reverse order this time. Brandon, what is the story of this game for you?
Wow, the story here is, Michael Saxton managed to get into a good alliance and to keep everyone on the board from really wanting to fight him. And that's just a recipe for winning diplomacy, whether it's a top board or not. The West had had this alliance that got off to a fast start, which provoked a reaction in the East. And Michael just did a fantastic job of making sure that whatever happened, whatever little movements within the alliance structures happened after that, he was on the right side of, and that paid off in the end.
Adam?
Tiny powers can be the key to victory, right? That one center England broke things open in the north for Michael. I mean, he does not get that beautiful position unless he's manifested that relationship and he leaves England alive long enough to really support him up there. And Germany later in the game, obviously Germany went back and forth, but those terms when he was on Russia's side, those made a huge difference. Same thing with Italy. What was Italy doing this game was stymieing Russia's allies, right? Going after France, slowing down the Turks and the Austrians in the south. They make a difference, somebody down to 1 or 2 centers.
Liam?
Yeah, I completely agree with Adam there. This is player management at its finest, and I think that it is, especially even in these top boards, it is tough to manage time and it's tough to manage communications, and it's really enticing to spend your time dealing with your big threats, dealing with your maybe your allies, your neighbors. But when you have that 1 or 2 center player on the board, they're not gone. Their draw vote counts, their units count, everything counts, and their negotiate. You know what? Their negotiation counts. If you have a friend and you can send them to speak on your behalf or do things on your behalf that you might simply not have the time for, or figure out your tactics for you. That is for me as a player. When I'm on one center, my favorite thing to do is write other people's orders or try to figure out how can we stop this. If I've got one dot and I'm not even involved in the kerfuffle, how can we do this, right? And I think that's, as a player, in order to win, you need to be able to use every resource at your ability, even if it's a one sender all the way across the board.
And I'll add, as somebody who has benefited from Liam's exceptional tactical creativity while he had little else to do, it is really valuable, both a way to make yourself valuable and something valuable to take advantage of.
Absolutely.
Well, if you enjoyed that game, which I certainly did, you can be a part of it. The Snakepit is going to start up, I believe, next month. So definitely check out their Discord channel. If you don't have a link, I'll try to get one in the show notes. But if you are connected in the Virtual World Diplomacy channel Discord, I'm confident you'll be able to get a link there. If you ask around, post in comments, I bet somebody will put it in there as well. So next Sunday, Jason says. So we'll definitely get those games going. Really happy to see that league take off. Loving to see this diplomacy hobby grow globally, and really appreciate everybody involved with organizing that league and playing in that. Those small communities are what keep this game growing. So thank you. All right. Well, it is time for us to get to the Virtual Diplomacy League 2024 season championship. And let me go ahead and bring that up. Really excited about this one. We've got some really fun players. One of the best games that I have ever had, or one of the best groups that I'll have the chance to comment on. So excited. Here we go. All right. Welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the 2025 Virtual Diplomacy League Championship. I'm your host, Brian Pravel, joined by Brandon Fogel, Adam Silverman, and Liam Stokes. Really excited to cover this game after 10 match days. We are coming to the end of the season. The top 7 players will be competing for the championship. Winner of this game will be named the champion of this season. This is the 5th championship game that has been played. This is the 5th season for the Virtual Diplomacy League. Liam, what is one thing that you are looking forward to for this game?
Really, I think it's very similar to the last game. I'm really looking forward to the balance of power play, I think, between these players. Every one of these players on this board, I think you asked a question earlier of what is somebody's odds of winning, and I think going into any board, I'll always answer 1 in 7. It doesn't really matter if you're coming in 1st or 7th. There's only 7 people on the board, and so my answer is always 1 in 7, and I think it'll depend on how they handle that balance throughout the game.
Adam?
I think we've got some interesting stories from some very interesting players of diverse backgrounds in this game, right? And I think you highlighted a lot of that at the beginning of the game. And Brandon talked a little bit about what some of the challenges can be from going from extended deadline into virtual face-to-face. But I'm going to be watching that. I mean, these are all folks who are world-class players, but you've got folks who are newer to this. You got folks who are extended deadline. You got folks who are all in on the virtual, and you've got face-to-face players here. So how does that play out?
Yeah, Brandon.
I think for me, it's the hunger that I'm most interested to see. Michalis is the defending champion, is playing in his 4th consecutive championship game. I know he wants to be the first person to win 2 VDL championships. And for the rest of these guys, they are looking for their first championship in virtual face-to-face. You know, they come to that with different backgrounds and sort of different levels of accomplishment in other areas of diplomacy. But I think they are all starving for this championship. And I'm curious to see just how that affects the play.
Yeah. And Adam, we are going to get to that real quickly, but I do think this is a good time for you to remind everyone to come play at World DipCon in San Francisco in April. Go ahead and let's get that pitch while I pull up a highlight video.
Is anyone tired of hearing me say it already? I know you're not. Yeah, I mean, this is the highest class playing you're going to see in the virtual diplomacy world. Come play at the highest class playing you're going to see in the face-to-face world. That's going to be at World DipCon, San Francisco. I'm going to be there. Liam's going to be there. I think Brandon and Brian maybe are going to be there. We'll see. But I mean, you know, a lot of world-class players there. A lot of the folks you all have played with or seen names from on the virtual leagues and whatnot from all over the world. We have Australians, we have Europeans, we have North Americans. It's going to be just such a great time. So you should be there.
Awesome. Well, going to pull into that California connection a little bit here. Justin Lohr helped put together a highlight reel. I did not have time to put one together this time. So really grateful for him doing that. I do want to take that as a quick opportunity to remind everyone, Justin is helping organize the Los Angeles Legionnaires. They are a diplomacy club out of Los Angeles, and they asked if we could plug the fire department's volunteer foundation. So there's a foundation that is raising funds to try and help the City of Los Angeles Fire Department specifically. This was their chosen avenue or venue that the organization that they would like people to donate to. So if you have the means and are interested, there's a QR code that will take you directly to a donation page on the foundation page. So just we're keeping the Los Angeles Legionnaires and the City of Los Angeles in our minds through this difficult time, through all of the fires, and hope that everyone is safe. We are fortunate that Justin was in a position. It was real sketchy as to whether Justin would be able to play in this game. So with that, we'll go ahead and watch the highlights, and then we'll move into our power selection. Not looking good for Justin.
In a tough and overstretched position.
Don't watch this game for things that you should do.
Justin definitely wasn't giving up. I'll tell you that.
Luke hit on the block. Justin,
Really like that play from Justin here.
The RT, well, excuse me, what RT?
Justin's probably in a better position to win the game.
Justin is in gorgeous position to top of this board.
And always excited to see Justin play.
This is a miracle for
Justin Lohr, league leader, did not rest on his laurels.
Every opportunity to play as many games as possible.
Justin is the massive winner out of this.
Justin's going to now to take this game.
Justin can just do whatever he wants.
That is the kind of trickery that one does.
The knife is all the way in.
Justin Lohr, the big winner this year.
Another example of excellent Turkish play.
He is a rookie this year, right?
Picking up Trieste and Greece here. None of this is arranged.
Justin continues to rule the ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new board leader. Justin Lohr is coming from behind.
Wait a minute, does that give him 18? Yeah, 18. You need to figure out how you're going to take Sweden or St. Pete, or preferably both.
He can really focus on building that trust.
Justin Lohr, I'm a big fan. He's a fun player face to face.
I like that he stabbed the same person multiple times.
Knows how to play the game better than I do.
He's very charming. You want to work with him.
I'm rooting for Justin.
If you want it, work for it. He worked really hard and he deserves it.
No, Justin, I'm not going to tell them how good friends we are. You just stabbed me.
So that's what happens when you get volunteers who are participating in a game to create a highlight reel. Love that. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate the laugh, and really just again want to say thank you for the organizing that you're doing, and that our hearts go out to the city of Los Angeles right now.
And we look forward to utilizing your services for more than self-promotion.
Absolutely. All right, so with that, let's get to our first real video. We're going to get into the power selection with the Paris method. Brandon, would you mind giving a quick overview of the Paris method for those viewers who may not be familiar with it?
Yeah, sure. So typically powers are assigned in diplomacy games randomly. That is how it's done during the season in VDL. There is an algorithm that is intended to spread out. If you play a lot of games, make sure you don't play the same power twice. And if you play more than 7, to make sure that you're not getting one power too many times. It's not perfect, and there are reasons for why you sometimes get the same power. However, all of that goes out the window when we have a championship board in which we have a reason to seed the players coming in, and we do from their standings from the regular season. When we have that, we like to get a pit of crabs. What was the right?
Bucket of crabs.
Bucket of crabs. Thank you. We like to turn the players into a bucket of crabs, and have them make decisions that force them to choose between competing interests, having to do with whether they get a country that they prefer or they get to choose who their neighbors are. And the seeding gives us an orderly way to do that. So in reversed seed order, so the lowest seed will have to put their name out first, and then the next seed, the number 6 seed, will get to decide whether they choose their power before or after the 7th seed. And then we go up the line until we get to the number 1 seed, and everyone has chosen where in the selection order they want to go. And then we go back down, and players get to choose which power they want, having seen what the players ahead of them have chosen. So the number 1 seed has the power to put themselves first and choose whatever they want, or to see where everyone else has put themselves and choose accordingly. And different players have different philosophies about whether it's better to get that power you want, often France, or to see who's chosen where and try to position yourself relative to them based on how you think you're going to get along or not get along with them.
Yeah, powers of the people is always the big decision there. So
there is a tie-break component, I believe, as well. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to talk about that, Liam?
Well, I believe it's the lowest pick gets the tiebreak. So it usually ends up being that whoever picks their country last will break it. If there's a even number of centers, they will win based on the tiebreaker.
Yeah, and that is significant. These games are time limited, not year limited. So the average Virtual Diplomacy League game does go until 1910, but it's not unheard of to go to 1911 or sometimes even 1912 if the players are playing ahead of the clock. Not typical with a virtual championship game. But it is possible. But that known quantity, that known limit, does help people kind of balance out and make that tiebreaker all the more important. So yeah, sometimes picking that power that you really want is not necessarily the best strategy, depending on how you're feeling about that game and how important you think that tiebreaker will be. We've definitely seen a couple of games won on that tiebreaker. It's very
Has the VDL ever gone to tiebreaker?
I believe that it has. I will not swear to that. I did look into that. I think that it's happened at least once, and I think it may have happened twice. All right. Okay. Thanks, Brandon. Let's check out our Paris method. Real quick, one big story that I do want to call out. It's a very important one. Doug Malott is the leading the number of board tops in the Virtual Diplomacy League by percentage, a top share of 80%. Doug Malott unable to join the game today, so we had to go to first alternate. Normally, you'd think losing that player who's got that high of a top share would be a relief to your players, but the replacement is number 8 seed Jamal Blakarli, world champion, virtual diplomacy champion. Definitely not who I would expect to players to really be excited about seeing. So yeah, we're going to have Jamal come in and fill in for Doug Malott.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Paris Method country selection for this year's VDL top board. I welcome Justin Lohr, Matthew Tatanchi, Mikalis Kamaritis, Ben Kelman, Jordan Connors, and Chris Ward. Welcome. Congratulations for making it to the top board. We are currently still waiting on Doug Malott, so we'll see if he turns up. For the time being, Chris Ward, I will unfortunately just place you on this board. You'll be here, and we will see what comes next. Jordan, you have the options of picking before or after Wardy. Where would you like to pick?
Thank you. I will honor the coin flip and pick in front of Wardy.
Doug Malott. Well, Doug, where would you like to pick?
My name is Doug Malott. I would like to pick in last place.
That sounds convenient. I'm not the first person who got convinced by Jamal to something that's not true on the board of diplomacy. Let's go on. Ben, where would you like to be placed in relation to these three names?
I'll go in the front.
In the front. Next up, number 3 seed, Mikalis.
I will not honor the coin flip. I'll pick after Ben.
How dare you? There you go. You will see what you get for that. Matt, where would you like to pick?
I'd like to pick after Mikalis, please.
Okay. Between Mikalis and Jordan. And Justin, number 1 seed with all the choices to make. Where would you like to be placed?
I worked hard for that top seed. I'm going to pick first.
Okay. So we've got an order. Now let's go backwards. This will also be our tiebreaker. Whoever is last here has the tiebreaker over everybody else. But Justin, you have all the choices, even though you don't have the tiebreaker. Where would you like to play, in which country?
They don't call us the Los Angeles Legionnaires for nothing. I'm choosing France.
France. For Justin Lohr. Ben, what would you like?
This is the position I least wanted to be in. I honestly thought I was going to be like 4th, and I wasn't going to have a lot of choice. France would have been fun, but now I don't have that option, and I have to make choices without any extra information. I feel stabbed by all of you already. Who do I want? I had no idea this was going to happen. Let's see. Who's going to end up where? They go there.
Ben, you need to make sure you give Matthew enough time to pick his, right?
Well, now I'm trying to think if they get, and I'm trying to think who's going to go everywhere. I've got to game out the whole thing.
I just want to say I appreciate
the internal dialogue. I'll take England. I like playing England.
England for Ben. Mikalis, where would you like to be?
I'll take Germany.
Germany for Mikalis Kamaritis. Matthew, up to you.
Take Russia.
You seem to want to prove a point about time to think about countries. Jordan, where would you like to pick?
I will play Italy.
Italy for Jordan. Wardy, Austria or Turkey?
I'll play Austria-Hungary, please.
Austria-Hungary. And I'll bring back to the stage our new Doug Malott. He's a professional Doug Malott impersonator from Australia. Mr. Jamal McCarley playing Turkey.
I want to pick, and I want to take about as long as I take to choose my order at 1-800 lasagna. I'm going to pick Turkey.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Have a good game. I think it's going to be a fun one. And we'll meet you all over at the game table.
Have fun, kids.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you to Robert Schupa for helping to organize that Paris Method power selection. Coming out of these power selections, a couple storylines we had set up the top of the show. We've got our rookie versus our defending champion. We've got who's going to be the player from the first-time player to win their next champion, who's going to emerge from that pool, and a particular call out to the hot streak that Jordan Connors has been in, and of course, what impact is Jamal going to have coming in replacing Doug Malott? Liam, you've seen the picks, you've heard the storylines. What are we about to watch?
Well, just before the video, we had a question about the tiebreaker, and it is in fact the reigning defending champion McCallus who benefited from the tiebreaker. He won on the tiebreaker last year, so that will be interesting to see. He doesn't have the bottom pick this year that Jamal or Doug or whoever he's calling himself these days does have that one. So that'll be interesting to see. For me, I'm really looking to. I think Brandon made a really good point about hunger, and I think McCallus is going to really want this. He's probably put a lot of thought into this. So that if I'm I don't know if we're making picks yet, but he's where I'm putting my ticket.
All right, Adam, Brandon, I'm going to go to each of you. Any standouts from power selection? Make your pick, and then we're getting into the game.
Can you put the board up so we can see who's where?
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought it was really interesting that the three Western powers went 1, 2, 3. I don't think it was any surprise that Justin would pick France. That was definitely expected. Ben picking England made a lot of sense. It's a power that he's very comfortable with. He's in a corner position. England tends to, be position people like to play on top boards. What was interesting to me was then McCallus coming in and, having options of powers that he's really strong with, like Russia, and not going for Russia. I think that him taking Germany is a statement. I think he's most concerned on this board probably about Jamal and Jordan, and he had the opportunity to not be in the corner with them. He could be in the corner with two players who he's a little bit less worried about, and feels like he can probably win the diplomatic and tactical situation in the West. So I found that really, really interesting. The rest of the board, I think the picks fell exactly as I would have expected them to, with Russia going next. Jordan being left with the choice of Austria, Turkey, or Italy, went with Italy, which is, typically, safe in the early part of the game. Jordan can work his magic in the mid game, and hopefully, he'll have the ability to do what he wants to do. And then Austria and Turkey, getting taken last is not a shock for a top board.
The first thing that jumped out at me in the selection itself was actually Justin going first and taking France. This is typically not actually something that a number one seed wants to do. It tends to put a target on their back. That target, however, would depend on how the rest of the board views them. This is something that actually Nicolas benefited from back in that second VDL championship game. He was, despite having a really solid regular season, he wasn't viewed as the biggest threat on the board, and so he was able to take France and get away with it. And I suspect that will happen here with Justin as well. So I think if Justin was looking to sort of take France and get away with it, I think he will. And I think that's a smart calculation given the existence of Jordan and McCallus and Jamal. And Matthew Tatanchi has shown his chops. He has come close to winning the big one. And he's in a nice position now with some of the heavyweights, being able to influence them directly and perhaps be someone who the other heavyweights may view as someone that they can work with in order to counterbalance the others. So that'll be interesting to watch. I worry for Ben that he is sort of staying in his comfort zone and isn't taking a risk, and he might need to do that in order to really break out. An FG here right off the bat wouldn't surprise me at all.
Well, we've seen success from every single one of these players with these specific powers. I love the board. I love the matchup. Spring 1901. Here comes the Virtual Diplomacy League 2024 champion. Brandon, you will start us out with commentary.
All right. I'm looking at the East because I'm very curious to see if we get an AIR right off the bat. I think this is going to be what Jordan wants specifically. It wouldn't surprise me if Chris Ward also decides he wants that, and Matthew Tatanchi maybe sort of be drawn into that. Are these AIR moves off the bat? It's certainly we certainly have some AI cooperation. Trieste gets given in the spring here, not in the fall, which gives Jordan a lot of power here. So Jordan will have the option of whether to go with 2 builds or do the aggressive thing and go to the Aegean. I think going to the Aegean is something that is in vogue right now, and it may actually not benefit Italy as much depending on how things work out. And so it wouldn't surprise me if Jordan takes Tunis here and goes for 2. Jamal, does a sort of characteristic Jedi mind trick here, opening to Syria, which it basically tells all of his neighbors, I'm not a problem. I'm not the one you need to be worried about. And it also may send a signal to Jordan that a Lepanto is not going to happen, although nobody's really worried about a Lepanto very much anymore. That's sort of an old school worry. Matthew focuses on the south, opening to Ukraine. Chris Ward bounces in Galicia. We do get the bounce in black. So there's a lot of sort of gatekeeping going on in the east, with the exception of Venice to Trieste. In the west, we have everything copacetic. English Channel DMZ'd successfully. Burgundy DMZ'd successfully. Justin, I think this is a really nice start for Justin. He has a play on Belgium and is guaranteed Portugal and Spain, and doesn't have to worry about either of his neighbors attacking him right away. All right, in the fall, we stay in the West for a second here because very surprising, Justin does get Belgium, but opts not to take all of Iberia. This is a very unusual continuation for France, and it gives Justin a lot of flexibility in a way that may not suit his neighbor, either of his neighbors very much. Certainly not Ben. I think if you're Ben, you got to be worried about a fleet in the mid-Atlantic already in spring of 1902. Elsewhere we have Germany taking Holland here. There's a couple. What are those supports? Those little cheeky supports from Jordan in Trieste and Apulia. What does he want us to think? He really, really wants Justin to think that he's on his side. So making an extracurricular play for IF copaceticness there. And you can see why. It's because he's taken the risk. He's gone to Aegean. He's going to leave himself potentially slightly vulnerable to an Austrian counterattack or an Austrian reversal, I should say, in 1902. We do get Jamal now has sniffed out that he has left himself vulnerable to AI, which is strong, and has gone to Constantinople here. Also gone up to Armenia, either to keep Matthew honest or because Jamal is sniffing AIR here.
I think the fact that Galicia was successfully DMZ'd here in the fall does maybe say that there's some coordination going on there.
I guess the only worry that I have about the Syria to Armenia move is, does it make AIR a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Is it going to actually contribute to a problem that may be happening anyway, but is it really just kind of solidifying that by now? It's like, okay, I'm not going to feel bad about this if I'm Matt Tatachny. I got Turkey and Armenia. He's not supposed to be there.
My eye will be on Justin Lore, what builds those are. If I have to make a prediction, if I were Ben Kelman, I'd be putting down Fleet London probably for sure, because I think this is a pretty anti-English. Doesn't have to be, but traditionally when I've seen it, it's pretty anti-English.
Yeah, I will say here though that a fast-moving AIR will provoke with good players will provoke a response in the West, and a Western triple could develop quite easily here. And it if the West are doing their job, and certainly with these experienced players, they probably are. They should have been saying, okay, if Italy goes to the Aegean here, we need to build Fleet Marseille, and Fleet Eddie, and the German builds, I presume Fleet and Army. But this might also be, Justin being in Mid-Atlantic here really gives him the flexibility to go either way. So, that fleet can go to Western Mediterranean very easily here.
Two fleets.
Why not both?
Yep.
So, we also get Matthew Tatanchi building a fleet north coast. So we've got some strong statements for a championship game, which can sometimes people can play a little bit tight, and we're not seeing that here. We've got some players who are comfortable with the alliance structures that that they've established on. So moving to
it feels like the strong statement is Ben Kilman.
Yeah,
it's been nice playing with you.
Well, we need to talk about Ben Kelman's build here, right? Because if they had this preparatory Western triple discussion, Ben Kelman didn't honor it, and he probably is now wishing he did build Fleet Edinburgh. Do we have sideline reports?
Oh yes, we do. Let's thank you. Let's get into that first sideline report. Thank you. That's the best part of our championship broadcast. Shout out to Robert Schupa and Isaac Jukes. Isaac stepping in as an alternate for Jamal, who is going to be on the sidelines. So we've got alternates all around, community coming together to make this game, this coverage happen. So yeah, let's get to our first sideline report.
Welcome to the first sideline report of this year's VDL Championship game. My name is Robert Schupp, and I'm joined here by DBN's own and VDL, champion. I forgot what the official title was. Zach Moore from his own car on the road, joining me for this sideline report. Good to have you, Zach. Commissioner, that was it, right? Commissioner of VDL, at least for this season.
Champion was fine.
Kick it off with what did you listen into in spring of 01?
Yeah, absolutely, Robert. Thank you. Spring of 01 was more active and substantial than we get in a lot of spring 01s. Let me start with Russia and Turkey, who spoke early. Matt Tottenshi told something to Jamal that would be a common refrain for him throughout the season. He said he wants to do something in the West and something in the East. He wants to be involved in both theaters. He is very insistent that he is worried about this West resolving quickly, and so it is his intent to get involved and stabilize whatever situation evolves there. Jamal was very on board with that idea. He says he also fears, with that particular arrangement of players, a quickly resolving West. But Jamal in Turkey and Matthew in Russia do not really get into any substantive strategy discussion or move discussion beyond their mutual fear of the West. It's very touch and go, and then they are gone. Now, when Matt Tottenshi goes to speak with Italy, Jordan Connors, he starts with the same thing: play both sides, keep the West stable. But then they jump into much more substantive discussion. They're talking about moves. They're talking about early targets. Jordan asks Matt, who do you want to attack, Ward or Jamal? I'll go either way. Matt, no hesitation. Jamal. Jordan, no hesitation. Agreed. They have a plan and they're talking moves just like that. Right at the end of the season, Austria and Turkey finally get a chance to talk for the first time. They don't get much. The only thing Wardy says is, there's no Trieste loan. I have not agreed to a loan. Jamal takes that and they go to the game table.
Interesting. Well, in the West, Ben and Justin talk first. And it seems like the whole board is kind of expecting them to work together, as everybody seems to be a little bit worried about McCallis. Justin kind of charms everybody by sort of painting himself as the weak link on the board, saying like, oh, you are all so much better than me. Talking to McCallis, saying, well, you know a strategy better than I do. I will follow your strategic advice, and so on. Interestingly, he is telling McCallis that he wants to go to Burgundy. McCallis says, fine, I don't mind it. You can do that. But as we see it, he doesn't end up doing that. In the East, I listened into AIR also being the big plan. That was also what I heard. Interestingly, you said Wardy told Turkey Trieste was not offered. Well, it was very directly offered. Jordan just brought up the conversation in the AI discussion and said like, well, you tell me, I can go to Trieste and then follow into Aegean and fall if you want it. I can do it in spring. I can do it in fall. I can just not do it and convoy to Tunis, whatever you want. And Wardy actively says, well, yeah, you can do it. And you can do it in spring. As long as you don't go to Venice, I'm fine with that. So that's quite interesting. Once we go into the fall, we see those moves. Jamal is fairly desperate already. You hear that when he's talking to Jordan, he is somebody who's not coming from a position of strength. He is negotiating very well in a calm tone as we know him, but he's saying like, okay, just tell me, what do you need? I really want to work with you. Just tell me, what does it take? He offers a convoy to Greece to support that. And Jordan says, well, you told me I should always be upfront with you if I'm attacking you. And pretty straightforward tells him that's probably what I'm doing here, at least for now. Justin and Ben in the West are pretty worried about an IT, and they come up with a plan, which actually is brought up by Justin, that he takes Belgium and one from Iberia and moves his fleet into Western Med. They have a long discussion. Ben kind of gets the promise from Justin that none of them will build in Brest or London. But as we see, once again, this move doesn't go through. Mao should be in Western Med if they had stuck to the deal. What else did you listen into in fall?
Well, in the West, in the fall, Robert, I heard a lot of the same. There was a ton of discussion about Justin's hard pitch to Belgium. He was pitching hard to Ben in France and to McCullough in Germany that he wants Belgium. And to be honest, making a similar pitch to each of them. I mean, he was fear-mongering about Jordan. He was saying, I can swing into the Med. I didn't hear every conversation, so whether that plan changed over time with at least one of them, I know at the very least, the agreement with England was pretty clear that MAO was to go to Med. That was the whole premise of allowing Justin in to Belgium. Now, in the East, Jamal pulls Wardy aside right away. It was at the end of last season that they talked about Trieste, so it was fewer than 30 seconds ago that he had heard that about the loan being off. And Wardy tries to do his acting job. He is a community actor, and he does it well. I mean, Wardy sounds flustered. He sounds defeated. He sounds like someone who just got stabbed and is kind of desperately searching for an option in that conversation. And you can hear Jamal weighing it. He's weighing what he's hearing versus weighing what he's seeing, which is, his eyes are telling him that's arranged. You go over to the AI, and as soon as you pop into that room, you can hear a completely different change of tone. Italy and Austria are not talking as powers that have had any sort of disagreement or miscommunication. They are talking about their friend in Russia, and they are quickly transitioning into tactics. There's no making up. It is clearly arranged, as you heard in season 01. And really what they're focusing on is how to manage their third partner, Matt Tottenchi, in Russia. They both badly want him to put his fleet into Romania to lock in and finish off Jamal quickly. They don't want any cause for dissent. They don't want any friction. And so a lot of their conversation is, how do we convince Tottenchi to put the fleet in? And they both make that pitch separately to Matt. As you can see, Matt may be part of a triple, but he is by no means giving up his independence. He put the army in.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Zach. And we'll see you again, folks, for this next Sideline Report, which will be 1902.
And thank you to our sideline team, including Zachary Moore, who jumped in. We've got volunteers all over the board. Really appreciate that. Good to see Zach on the stream as well, and Robert Schupa, the consummate professional. Coming out of that negotiation, there were a couple of juicy tidbits. Brandon, I'll throw this one to you first. What stood out to you in those negotiations?
Oh, a couple things. I mean, first is Justin Lohr maybe getting a little bit too clever by half in the West, promising something like something dramatic, like going to the Western Mediterranean, and then not doing it. It's a little bit too much to promise, to be honest. And so when you don't follow through with that, it just sends a huge signal to England, which clearly England didn't want to hear. The other thing is just how well Jordan and Christopher are getting along. This was a key that I had in my mind before the game that I didn't say, which is how well can Jordan and Christopher develop a working relationship, and it's seamless. And Jordan is masterful at working a relationship like that. So this is a very good start for Jordan Connors.
All right. Well, winner of 1901, we can see these adjustments. We were going to, we had our eye on what Justin Lohr was doing with that double fleet build. Has the option of going a couple different directions. Liam, I will throw it to you.
Excellent. Well, I mean, I'm actually a little confused a little bit because I thought we had already covered the snake pit, but this is really a viper's den. I think we've walked ourselves into just hearing those sidelines and maybe seeing some of the arrows here that stand out. If we take a look in the east, we can see that Jamal is on the defensive here. That is a PIF in Bulgaria. There is coordination by all three powers to get him out of there. So there is some coordination there. Over in the north, we do see some movement there. Matt is taking the fleet, is taking Norway, so is taking advantage of maybe some of the conflict that Ben and Justin have. Like Brandon said, Justin maybe over-promising and under-delivering is a hard road to hoe in 1902. You can maybe get away with that a little bit later when other things are going on, but when you make one promise and can't deliver, it's pretty tough to come back from. So Ben definitely reacting in the way that I think makes sense, and through the chaos, McCallus taking some advantage. So taking Belgium, getting Helgoland, getting in position to fight England, but maybe Belgium was arranged, maybe it wasn't, but I think that's a potentially a give from Justin to get McCallus on side in this endeavor.
You're muted, Adam.
I wonder about that, because if Belgium is arranged, why are you going to Burgundy rather than Picardy to set up for the Northern Convoy here? It's interesting. I mean, maybe it is just I'm going to give it up, but I'm not going to give you too much here. But I do wonder, like, has Justin sort of overplayed his hand? I think the other thing that we see is sort of the problem with stranding that army in Portugal. I mean, I think he makes a decent choice to convoy it back to Gascony just to make sure he's not leaving the home port vulnerable, but it means he's unable to go up to the Irish Sea or support himself into the English Channel when he does that.
Yeah, I think being in the Irish would be a good, nice place, but again, depending on the flexibility.
It's a big tempo loss.
Mm-hmm. I'm okay with it. I don't think getting advance purchase on the British island is worth all that much, and the tempo you get from convoying rather than having to keep the army behind, I think is useful. That army can now do something useful. And English Channel, he'll get English Channel here.
Yeah, I think arguably he could have taken Spain last year, left the army in Spain, moved it up to Gascony, and used that fleet from Marseille to take Portugal.
I suppose another argument as well is if he's in the Irish Sea, it's very difficult to go to Ben and say, mea culpa, let's work together. If he's in the Irish Sea, Ben is not going to be receptive.
That's
So now that he's not there, and now that Ben has 3 fleets on North Sea, maybe Justin has a way in. You know, I didn't come at you. Let's reset. Let's go after this.
Well, I have to say though, I think the West, alarm bells should be going off big time for them with the AIR. I don't think it's great for Germany, especially not Germany. I think this will quickly turn south for McCallus unless he can get the AIR to break up.
Well, it's not breaking up this turn, that's for sure. However, it does look like the West responds in some way or another. It does look like the Germans will take Norway back from the Russians, which, with the help of the English, nicely with an army as well. So whether that's, hey, France, I'll get an army out of your way. I'll build a fleet. We'll be happy. Let's go after us. Whether that although the attack on the English Channel could be arranged, considering it doesn't retreat, it does disband, so that could signal, let me build an army, let me build a fleet in the north, something maybe a bit more useful. So that could be what we're starting to see here, is the West just maybe realigning a little bit, and McCallus actually getting the better of the deal, and because he's going to get to build 2 here, maybe that was his ask. Look, I'll do the Western Triple as Germany, but I need 2 more builds to feel secure in this position.
100%. This feels Western Triple all over it to me. We'll know if we see that fleet was disbanded, not retreated. I think that tells you.
And it's Ben. I realize it's Ben's dot Norway that gets lost. So that British fleet is turning into a German army is what's going to happen there. So that was maybe the deal that got cut. And France will stay flat as they lose Belgium but pick up Spain. So I think that's the rearrangement to get that Western Triple.
But an interesting moment here next, right, to see whether France wants a Western Triple here.
There is no chance, and I'm going to say this on the stream, and you all can beat me if I'm wrong, but there is no chance there is a Western Triple on this board.
If we go back, one quick thing I'd love to point out, and I believe if I saw it correctly, this is a man of my own, after my own heart, is Aegean convoying Bulgaria to Smyrna. I love the attempt at some kind of subversion. It would be very tempting for Smyrna to go to Ankara and to cover. So that may have been the thought there. If they knew they weren't going to get Khan, always love trying something like that.
Yeah, they just wanted to make sure they held on to Aegean, and so they had nothing else to do. So yeah, that's great. All right, so we have Adam put a stake in the ground here about whether we're seeing a Western Triple here or not.
Yeah, Adam, make it very clear. There is not one. Let's listen to our sideline reporters, find out if they can give us any insight. Somebody's got to be selling it, I would imagine, at least. But whether or not they follow through is going to be potentially a different question. Let's find out.
Hello and welcome back to the Sideline Reporting. After learning that Zach has actually never won VDL, I kicked him off the stream and got a different person related to VDL. Now I've got the new Lord Emperor of the VDL, Isaac Jukes, helping me. Thank you for joining me. So you joined us a little after the game started in sort of the beginning of 1902. What were the conversations you were listening in like?
So the two main conversations I heard in 02 was Jamal desperately trying to convince Wardy that he's being pushed out of position and that is why he shouldn't take Bulgaria and he should work with Jamal. And also Justin and Michalis and Justin and Ben and just the whole situation in the West where Justin is scared of Michalis but wants to work with him at the same time, and Ben's paranoid about three fleets. The West is just full of paranoia, and in spring it seemed like nobody had figured out what the true alliance actually was.
Okay. Well, what I caught was that AIR was talking very, very openly for a long time. No intentions whatsoever of hiding that they are having a thing together. Michalis was actually, when talking to Matt in Russia, a bit surprised about the Northern Fleet build. He said, well, I kind of asked for an army, but okay, that's fine. Now you build a Northern Fleet. And everybody seems to be a little worried about Jordan getting too strong. So Michalis just says, Matt, well, in the long term, I get it's an AR for now. I would prefer you seeing Wardy as your main partner over Jordan, actually, which is interesting for Germany to sort of call for an AR. Similar thing, well, in the south, Jamal is fighting for anything. He asks Matt, well, if you all attack me, who would you like me to give all my centers to, Austria or Italy? And Matt is saying, yeah, well, if it can't be me, well, Jordan is kind of scary. And Jamal answers by, okay, then I'll give all my centers to Jordan. Thank you. So a little bit of a payback time for Jamal if he can't have any other play on this board. Seems like we don't have moves for fall yet, but let's move into the fall anyway with the reporting. Well, the first thing I listened to was a talk between Matt and Jamal. It starts with a lot of silence. And you know that Jamal is in trouble when he has to start selling very implausible things. He said like, well, Austria and Italy left themselves very open to you by attacking myself, by attacking me. So you should make good use of that. But Matt is not really giving him anything. Jamal tells Jordan that out of the people who attacked him, he was the most upfront with him. So if anything, he will be able to count on Jamal being there for him if he ever flips. And Jordan asks Wardy in fall if he would be fine with an army build, if that would be okay, as he wants to convoy over to Tunis. And Wardy says, well, yeah, I am okay as long as it is in Rome, not in Venice. So let's kick it back over to you, Isaac.
So in the West, things started to materialize a little bit. It seemed as though that even though Michalis took Belgium, Justin still seemed more eager to work with him. I don't know if that's because I don't know if that's because he thinks that's best or if he feels forced into it by Michalis's position around Belgium and Burgundy, etc. And Ben basically went to Michalis and pitched himself as a janissary. He said, I can convoy you to Norway. I can do what I can to make sure that I don't die here, because he doesn't want to get murdered, as most people don't. And Ben and Justin had a conversation a little later that was quite tense, but didn't really change much. Ben asked him not to tap channel. They talked about getting him into Belgium, but that was largely theatre, as Justin and Michalis had sort of already talked about that move, and they're just playing at fighting for the rest of the board.
Okay, thank you very much. We will return shortly and bring you a short summary of 1903.
Okay, good stuff as always. Liam, I'm gonna throw to you for this one.
I mean, I think Adam was right. It doesn't sound like our two favorite words were ever uttered. Although, if they haven't been uttered up to this point, I would be shocked for nobody to say it on the next one. Considering I think we all analyzed what the board reads as it could turn into that very easily from here, whether it was arranged or by accident or whatever that looks like. I would be shocked, just considering how fast. And right now, it doesn't look like Jamal has much left to stand on unless somebody would like to switch sides down there. But being this top board, I think I don't know much. I haven't played with Jordan, but I know Wardy and Matt, they value some stability, I think, going in there. So if they can cleanly get rid of Jamal, nobody wants to give Jamal a breath in this game, and they'd be wise not to if they want to give a chance. So if there's no Western Triple, I think the East is going to turn around pretty quick.
The stand up for me was the board talking about being worried of Jordan. I couldn't quite pick up whether or not that was truly the board or if that was Michalis. I think I heard Robert say it was the board. But either way, definitely trying to make Jordan the big bad in the East, at least. New guy coming in, never had the championship game experience before, but that's the one that is kind of driving how the negotiations are going this phase. Kind of fun to see, and I think it just speaks to the respect that Jordan has on this board.
I think that Michalis is probably a lot less worried about the AIR than I think we're playing it out to be. I think Michalis can whisper sweet nothings to both Ben and Justin, keep them fighting each other while he takes out the rest of the North, and then have his pick of the litter to take the rest of the North once he's secured that part of the board. But we'll see.
All right, winner of 1902. We're going to watch to see whether or not we have the Western Triple. Adam's saying no. Put down these adjustments, maybe. Yep. And no.
Nope.
What are we looking at, Adam?
Well, I mean, two people may think there's a Western Triple.
If anyone wants to raise their hand and call this a Western Triple, please do so now. I don't see any hands going up. All right.
Well, again, it's the question of whether anyone thinks there is, and I charge that two people do think there is, and one person does not.
After this turn, do you think they're still thinking that's the case?
No.
All right. Let's look at the moves. We'll start with the North. The most untriply move that we could describe would be Mid-Atlantic to the Irish Sea. Interesting English channel just holds. I guess it doesn't need to support that. And I guess he probably knows that McAuliffe is not going out to the North Sea this turn, so there's no support needed. What's interesting is Norwegian going to the Barents. That smells like McAuliffe putting a plan together for leaving Ben alone to get Ben's help in taking out Russia, which makes a whole lot of sense right here. Elsewhere, I can only assume the Tyrolia is a bounce between Austria and Italy. The move from Romania to Galicia looks very well arranged, considering there's no follow-up into there. This is to start lining up units on the Russian front. This is very AIR friendly here, and the support from Black into Sev is really just, it's there to take down Turkey. That's what you do here.
The interesting comment, I actually just reading back from the Sideline Reporters, is Jordan did ask about building an army, and he did not decide that was the way he wanted to go. He went with that fleet. So whether that was just some questions, whether he just wanted to gauge Wardy's interest, but it will be interesting to see what that extra fleet's going to do for him.
That raises an interesting point, because it goes to Apulia, not Tyrrhenian Sea. What do you all make of that?
Yeah. Well, this is what I was going to talk about. I'm very interested to hear from the Sideline Reporters if Wardy had a reaction to that. Because he absolutely should. I'll be honest, this board should be very frightened of the game Jordan Connors has in front of him right now. And if they're not, then they're simply not paying attention. Especially if Wardy doesn't have a problem with
you're more worried about Jordan Connors than McAuliffe on this board? At
this moment, yeah. McAuliffe has people who are getting into position to potentially at least slow him down, if not contest him directly. Jordan doesn't have anybody who's doing that.
Let's see if we get Bohemia Tyrolia instead of this self-bounce in Tyrolia, right? Let's see if we get that in the fall or in 1904, right? Because until we start to see that, there's not a coordinated effort to do anything about them.
One of the fun effects of a championship format game is we typically do see players kind of dragging each other back in. If somebody's getting ahead, sometimes it can be a little risky to get out to that early lead. I do like Jordan Connors' position here, just partially because it's great setup for position, but it's not going to have those dots right away. There's room to let the board kind of break open, and you're in position to strike. One of the best things about playing Italy. So for those of you perhaps newer to the game, looking for an example of how to play Italy, this is a great setup if you're able to negotiate this kind of position. But there's some real talent on this board. It could go anyway as we go into fall of 1903.
Who's up?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, this is really interesting, right? He convoys the army from Tunis to Naples, which again I find fascinating, considering the obvious tactical place for it would be Apulia, not Naples. So I'm sure Jordan has something in mind with this, but I find that really curious. We do get the moves up to Tyrolia and Bohemia right now. Of course, Bohemia is bounced by the Germans. Elsewhere. Oh, it looks like they choose to put Russia into Smyrna rather than Ankara. There's a really unfortunate.
Jamal's dead.
Yeah, there's a really unfortunate guess on Jamal's part, and he just walked out of his centers. That was just a really, he was taking a shot at a tactical guess and was wrong on every single one of them. So everybody gets a piece. Matt gets 2, which is good for him because he also loses 2. So Matt will stay even, I guess, as a consequence of that. England is going to stay even because they take Norway behind Germany. I'm sure that's agreed upon. And France is getting Belgium. Again, this all looks very agreed upon. So that's McAuliffe playing friendly and probably trying to direct some of the attention away from him, as would happen if he were actually getting a bunch of builds here.
This is I still like Jordan's position here. He's lying low. Everyone's his friend around him anyway. The fleet going into the Western Mediterranean is a little annoying. He'll probably get a fleet built in Marseille. So if Justin is able to go strong into the Med here, it will at least slow Jordan down and open a possibility for Christopher Ward to make a move, which unfortunately he's not able to build here because he did not clear Budapest, so that will slow him down. This is a very dynamic board, and there's lots of possibilities that could go.
Did Jordan overthink himself by this funny army fleet position? It certainly feels that way with
so.
Justin dropping down into the Western Med.
I don't think we can undersell the importance of that fleet move in the Western Med for the Western Theater right now. That should help tap the brakes a little bit. But, I mean, it's one fleet, so we'll see.
Yeah, but he can build another one, and he can build in the north as well. I mean, it's a really nice moment for Justin here.
Yep.
And it'd be an interesting question to see if the rest of the board reacts to that as well.
Well, I think Jamal going probably a year sooner than the West probably expected him to go. I think they thought they would have at least one more year of some units trying to dig Jamal out. Now the East, with Russia sort of losing in the north, actually building. Did he have a pull? We thought Russia was going even here, but did he had a unit explode, I think, on him.
Yeah,
St. Petersburg, I think, exploded. Yeah. So I do think that with Jamal going as quickly as he did there, I think maybe that throws off Justin and McCallis' calculus a little bit. So we'll have to see if the East sticks together against the FG, or if that opens up here. I mean, looking at the way the units are splayed out, there's pretty tight down in that eastern corner there. They're very close together. So they'd have to do some pretty big efforts to get those more to the center where the threats are, if they're not going to go after each other.
They can do. There's no reason for the East to fight at this point. They can reorient to the center of the board fairly quickly. I think Tunis, even if it fell, Jordan is adept enough to figure out how to get through this. But even if Tunis falls here, I don't think I think they can defend everything else here.
All right, well, let's go to our sidelines. We do see some potential signs of more coordination with France and Germany. We've got a strong AIR that's continuing, went a little faster than perhaps even typical. But we don't see Italy picking up one of those Turkish centers. That can sometimes make the difference, especially if France is able to move and get a jump. So let's listen in to our sideline reporters to see whether or not they've got any more insights for us. Turn it now over to Robert Schupa and Isaac Jukes.
It's us again, Isaac and Robert. Nice to be back. Let's get this to 1903 and start with you. What did you hear?
So the West was pretty focused on... Ben was pretty focused on not dying. He was pitching a junior partnership with Justin at one point, and he's basically acting as a bit of a janissary. And both McCallis and Ben are desperately trying to do absolutely anything they can to get Justin to turn around and move south against Jordan. Justin's a little concerned that there doesn't really appear to be anyone checking Germany right now, but he seemed to feel better when McCallis offered to give him Belgium if he needed to. And he's a little scared of the Italian position himself. And Jordan's worried about the German position, as he says to Justin, and wants to sort of kill Turkey before any French fleets come down. He doesn't want any French fleets to come down. Justin pitched going to the Western Med as like a safety move and just got completely shut down.
Yeah, I started listening into a conversation between Matt and McCallis. They talked right away in the beginning of the turn. Matt was really annoyed by what McCallis had done in the fall turn, taking Norway, and said like, "Hey, I thought we were working together in a very friendly and calm way," as as Matt usually is. But Michalis is very reluctant to give him anything. He says like, yeah, well, I was very worried about the AIR and if it would kind of ruin my game. And he's not really giving him anything at all. Apart from that, that move to Galicia is actually completely invited by Wardy. Fairly late in the day, Austria and Russia are talking. And Wardy says like, well, if you feel like you need to defend Warsaw, if it might be under threat from 2 German armies, just put an army to Galicia, no problem. And actually, this bounce in Tyrolia was kind of Jordan's making. There was short conversation about going to the line already, trying to pressure Germany, and Jordan says, I hate doing that early. Let's just bounce in Tyrolia. So we prevent Germany from going there. However, in fall, Jordan regrets that already. He says, like, it was probably a mistake. I think Germany's getting out of hand. Maybe we are there 1 turn late if we're going there now. That was my mistake. Sorry. But he's also saying, okay, what can we do to guarantee a build to Matt? That is his first priority. He says, like, okay, Matt absolutely needs a build. We need to get him something. And they agree on guaranteeing him Smyrna. Then Jordan goes to listen to what Jamal has to say. Jamal is scrambling, trying to get anybody to lay off of him. And while Jordan is giving him a bit of time, it's really not a lot. He says, yeah, I hear you, but the board doesn't tell me that I should turn around. And then he's actually leaving while Jamal is still talking. And that's something that happens more than once in this turn. The East gets a little frustrated as the West talks as sort of a triple, the 3 of them, for quite a while. And it seems quite hard to pull them apart. But what were they actually talking about? Maybe you can say more about that.
They were talking for about 90% of the turn, and I think you never got more than 2 minutes going by before someone from the East came to try and pulse one of them away. They were trying to pitch a sort of janissary offer to Ben, who was being a little squirrely, largely because I think he didn't want to lose any of his home centers. And he was they were spent most of the turn just deciding who's going to get Norway, who's going to get St. Petersburg, what's going to happen with Sweden, London, and Liverpool. It was just a lot of tense negotiating about who should be doing what with which centers.
Okay. Well, interesting to hear. We kind of have a very coordinated 3-way situation in both theaters for the moment. Let's see if that continues, and we'll see you again.
We kind of do, except Justin wasn't supposed to go to Liverpool.
Interesting. Nice little tidbit right there. Let's see what we can make of that in 1904.
It's good stuff.
All right, Adam, your turn.
Well, I think it sort of checks out with a lot of the narrative that we've been talking about here, right? I mean, the West is not seeing eye to eye. It seems like Justin and Michalis are getting along reasonably well, but I think the builds will be telling, right, as in terms of whether Justin is actually willing to make a commitment down south or not, or whether he wants to kind of equivocate and make sure Michalis is hemmed in. Or take more English dots, which would also be something that you might expect from this position. From the East, I mean, lockstep, RIT. There's no signs of breaking, or at least if there are any signs, nobody's talking about it, right? Somebody could be thinking about things, but not speaking their mind, not trying to coordinate a 2-on-1 stab here.
In winner vote 3, we've got a 2-way tie at the moment between our Western powers, Germany and France. Brandon, who has the advantage going into 1904?
You mean the whole board, or just between France and Germany?
Yeah, I mean, whole board.
Actually, the answer is the same. It's France. However, so France has a lovely position, has growth opportunities, and for the moment doesn't have a major opponent on his border. However, if Justin has just angered Michalis by taking Liverpool while being given Belgium, so if this angers Michalis to the point where Michalis thinks that his game is no longer plausible, his path to the top is no longer plausible, he could turn on Justin, and that would be the disaster scenario for him. if he can keep McCallus on side, Justin has a very clear path to the victory here. And if that's what happens, then he did a masterful thing here. If he bit too much of the apple, then we're going to see it right away.
We will see our rookie versus champion in a race for the top right now as we move into winner of 03. Brandon, we'll go back to you for adjustments and then into the spring.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think Justin has made the builds that actually, I think if Justin wanted to sort of win favor with McCallus, he probably doesn't build Army Paris. It'll be interesting to see what McCallus thinks of that. But the Fleet Marseille is sort of the biggest part of that. Biggest part of saying, hey, I do care about holding back the AIR, not just simply letting you guys do it while I enrich myself. But yeah, how that Army Paris is viewed by McCallus is a big deal.
Do you think about Army Brest there?
Army Brest would have said, I'm taking England out now, in my opinion. Yep. Oh, is it? It's my turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So we see one result of Justin's taking Liverpool, and that's that Ben Kelman has pulled the two fleets back, and perhaps that was a consequence anyway of St. Petersburg already being German. But you could imagine that McCallus was hoping to get some support there. We have the French units mostly heading south, except for Paris to Picardy. Which is interesting. The movement to Burgundy, combined with the movement to Burgundy, I don't think that's what you want to see 100% if you're McCallus. I think you want to see Gascony going to Marseille here. I think you're probably okay with Burgundy because you may need some help against the East if they go full hog against you, but you don't need it quite yet. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm delving too much into analysis. We do have Jordan doing getting the guess right here. So getting his units into play here was a big deal, and there was a guess between Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis here. This is a really, really big win for Jordan. He's going to be able to hold on to Tunis. He's going to be able to take Tyrrhenian Sea and establish position in the Western Mediterranean. And because Marseille doesn't have an army in it, he doesn't have to worry about Piedmont or Tuscany trying to happen. Elsewhere, we do have Austria and Russia doing all of the copacetic things here. So AIR is recognizing the problem here and responding appropriately. I think if I'm Russia, probably. Oh my goodness! Sorry, I was okay. Wow.
Wardy.
All right. Wardy is a player that has known to have an itchy trigger finger, and that was more apparent in his earlier play. He's become a little bit less eager, shall we say, but he has taken the moment here. He has said, I want, and I get. And he's taken Romania, managed to clear out Vienna as well. So he's going to be putting 2 units down here. This is definitely a power move by Wardy, and I'm sure this was done with a lot of consultation with McCallus. Elsewhere we have Justin continuing to commit to the south now. This is very interesting. This may be Justin actually. I'll be interested to hear what the others say. Has Justin overcommitted? Should he have simply taken England out? And should he pivot back now as well? Yeah, okay. But the big news here is Austria on Russia stabbing.
I think if he were... Oh, go ahead, Adam, if you want.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if he does... Now maybe his only opportunity to pivot back. If Austria is gaining, he may be able to scare Jordan, and you go that way, I'll go this way. That type of thing. We'll turn our backs to each other. We got our own problems now. Otherwise, I think Ben, we learned from our last game in the Snake Pit that those smaller powers are those powers that can make the difference. And Ben, honestly, 3 units in England, it's not necessarily small in the way that he's got it set up there. And as the units in the center get drawn more and more towards the center as the edges need to be protected, Ben will be free. He won't have any threats. Liverpool's his anytime he wants it now. Denmark, I'm sure, will be a fun little grab at some point. McCallus isn't going to backfill that anytime soon. So Ben may have an opening, maybe not necessarily to win the game unless it goes the distance, but at least to pick and at least to be a factor for sure.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that I think Justin turned around too quickly. I think he could have gotten away with keeping one or even possibly two fleets in the south without overcommitting. Now he's basically committed to a lockup unless he can figure out some way to disengage with Jordan. England was there for the taking, and I don't think even McCallus could have done very much about it. This is really setting up a very nice position for McCallus and Wardy to really probably race for this game, unless he can figure out something with Jordan to disengage this. This is such a waste of time for both of them.
I think I'll just add, I mean, now suddenly Wardy is such a player, and I think the question Wardy needs to ask is, does he need Italy? He's got a clear jump. A clear jump on Russia? I'm not sure actually if he has a clear way to advance against Russia, but he can certainly hold himself. Yeah.
I think he does need Italy right now, because I think Italy and holding up France and the two of them doing nothing is part of what puts Wardy to some extent in the driver's seat in this board.
I guess the question is, do you think France and Germany would start fighting if Italy were not holding France back? If you think that will happen, then you don't need Italy. If you think FG will stick together, then you do.
Well, Christopher Ward has the third highest centers above average power in 1904 in the league. So seeing him make the move at this time is very on brand for Christopher Ward this season, at least. The person in number 2, McCallus Camaridis. So both players tend to do well. The big difference, though, Christopher Ward, much lower average center power at the end of the game. So we'll see whether or not this early move here pays off, or if we're going to see that trend continue. Let's get to our sideline.
The sideline report for 1904 starts, as you're used to, with Isaac.
As usual, yeah. So the West starts off a little bit tense. Ben was not very happy about that move to Liverpool by Justin. And basically this turn, he just asks McCallus what he wants. And he kind of does what McCallus wants. He goes to North Sea, even though McCallus asked him not to. But he's still got some independence, but he's definitely more against McCallus. McCallus is pitching really hard, as is Justin, that Wardy should stab Italy. And he's thinking about it, but he's not doing it yet.
Yeah, Jordan is really annoyed with... that's a little too early. That's in fall. Right now, Jordan is only pretty annoyed with Justin. That will come later when he's really annoyed. After this move to the Med last turn, he says to Justin, I think this move into the Med loses the game for both of us. And that's Jordan just being a little bit annoyed, not totally annoyed. That's to come later. Jordan gives Justin a very strong ultimatum. He says, like, okay, we can lock horns and nobody will do well, or you move both fleets back west to Spain, to mid-Atlantic Ocean, and then we can work together again. His philosophy is, I don't want to play on the other side of the board on the top board. I want to take the centers on my side, the ones on the other side, in this case, the west as Italy, I will not be able to hold them, he says. Justin negotiates pretty well and still manages to get a consent out of Jordan that it is okay if he puts Marseille into Lyon as long as he moves west back to the mid-Atlantic Ocean. And Jordan goes out of this negotiation actually telling his mates in the East, well, I got a deal out of France. So I think he was fairly confident that France would do it. However, here we see what happened, and this leads to what I was prematurely saying in spring. Jordan is now being really annoyed with Justin, telling everybody, well, if I survive until the end, I will make sure that Justin will not be the one who will win this board. At least that he's saying to other players. He's a top player, so you never know if it might be a little bit of theater. McCallus says to Jordan, well, we can do something against France if you move out of Tyrolia. And Jordan says, will you promise? McCallus says, sure, if you move out of Piedmont, I will stab Justin next year. Maybe not in spring, but definitely next year. And that is what they agree to. And then Jordan tries really hard to engineer Wardy to do this, what we see right here, stab Russia, as he knows that, well, because Mikhailis also says, well, I will only do it if there is no pressure on Munich. It is no good if you move away and Wardy just rushes in behind. So Jordan really has his hands in engineering this plan where Wardy is going against Russia, because it means that he's neither going towards Italy nor towards Germany, which would prevent Mikhailis from sticking to this deal. Over to you.
And then sort of in the West, we definitely have some FG tension, largely from that move to Burgundy in the spring. Justin was not supposed to go there, and it sort of spooked Mikhailis, not to the point where he stopped working with him, but definitely to the point where he starts considering working with other people sooner than he might have otherwise. He's really trying to get Wardy to stab Italy, and he's saying to England that he's going to start moving on Justin from next year, and that he could do his help with that. Justin's sort of still struggling to maintain his relationship with Ben because he took Liverpool and because he went to Wales. That's about it.
Okay. Right now, it seems like a lot of people start having second thoughts about Justin's behavior. What it will do to his game, we shall see very soon.
It's my turn, right?
Your turn, Brandon.
It's Mikhailis. It's all coming up Mikhailis. It is hard not to be impressed with what Mikhailis has done this year, which is to, first of all, what he is doing is he has a clear plan, and it's a plan that involves everyone else on the board, and that it has incentives that work in those people's interests that all fit together in a way that serves him very well. So he's making demands of people like Jordan moving Tyrolia to Piedmont. It is in both of their interests, as it turns out. He's making a promise about that he may not necessarily keep. And then it's the real key is to get Austria and Russia fighting. I thought I heard in there somewhere that he was trying to encourage Austria to stab Italy, which wouldn't make much sense, to be honest. I don't think that's what Mikhailis would want. But getting Austria and Russia fighting, that is diplomacy par excellence. It keeps attention not solely focused on him. Wardy is now a threat. It gets these two people who were potentially working together against him to fight each other, which creates opportunities for him. And Ben Kelman is more angry at Justin than he is at Mikhailis. This is a very, very good moment for Mikhailis Kamaridis.
So as we move into winter of 1905, just a quick reminder, thanks to Captain Gaming for putting this in chat for everybody. Tiebreaker. Right now we've got Christopher Ward beating everybody. Then we've got Jordan, Matt, Mikhailis, Ben, and Justin. So keep that in mind as we do see this three-way tie for 7 centers at the moment. That would put Christopher Ward as the current leader should Christopher Ward stay at that center count. Liam, I believe this one's yours.
All right, 2 armies. That makes sense. I didn't think we'd see a wave on that one. Okay, a lot of black arrows, a lot of arrows going in a lot of different directions. So no consensus so far on this board. It does look like Ben is preparing to take back the island, and it looks like that's likely with fully McCallus's support, just given the way that the armies are rearranging. I think McCallus is saying he's going no further into Russia at this point. He's just kind of locking in for the long term there for now, as he decides that Justin is the bigger threat to deal with at the moment. I think now that Wardy is fighting Matthew, then McCallus and can use Ben as an opportunity to take on Justin here while he's locked in the Mediterranean. Meanwhile, in the Med, Justin does make a little bit of progress by getting into the Turnian Sea, which does actually give him play on Tunis. I think in the fall we will likely see Tunis fall here. I don't think there's a way for him to stop that. And then just some bounces from Austria and Matt. I think Wardy unfortunately is in a spot where he's got. Now that he's in Bulgaria, he may have some play on Smyrna here, but I think it starts to become a little more like a guess.
Yeah, he guessed wrong here between whether Romania supports a unit into Bulgaria or Ukraine. He took the conservative route and he guessed wrong.
Yeah. So in the fall, if we stick in that corner again, not too much going on. Wardy does guess wrong again on Greece Smyrna. I guess he was thinking maybe Justin was going to come after him, although could be an interesting choice on his part. But maybe this is a sign that he and Matt maybe are trying to patch some things up. But I think given all those supports there, we'll have to see. We'll have to wait till next turn to see what those conversations like. Maybe our sideline can give us some insight into that. Tunis does fall. That was a guarantee. So France will unfortunately not be building. They'll still be disbanding one after all this. Tyrrhenian gets blown up, but there'll still be actually, if Tyrrhenian's disbanded, then there won't be a disband afterwards. I think that's the math how that works. Since
that's right.
Liverpool is lost and Belgium is lost there as well. So again, Ben being a smaller power, having a pretty big impact on Justin's game here, leaving him alive. I think we said earlier maybe Justin took his foot off of Ben a little bit too quickly, and Ben is now repaying that favor. But McCallus, things are setting up nicely, getting Belgium, getting a build, sliding down to Bohemia. We'll see what McCallus is able to do with some interesting southern position, whether that's to help Matthew later, now that he's given Matthew some space. Maybe McCallus will throw Matthew a bone against Wardy. We'll see how that turns out, but it definitely gives him some options. So I think McCallus is, like you said, he's got a plan, he's working it out, and everything else is just details at that point.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Wardy has made an error here in not demanding that McCallus help him against Russia. They have starting in the spring, it should have been happening. Otherwise, this is just a cakewalk for McCallus. If Wardy does not switch course here and move against McCallus in concert with Matthew, McCallus has won this game already.
So we have been broadcasting this game for over 5 years now, and a couple patterns have emerged to me over the years. And one of those is when every single arrow is moving in a direction away from your home centers, that's usually a good sign. And that's what we see here. The only arrow that is not moving away from Germany in every direction is this one, to Tyrrhenian Sea, which is hurting someone that it looks like McCallus is moving against. If the board does not respond, this game is locked. However, this is a group of players that will see that. They are veterans. They know how to play this game. Let's listen to our sideline. Let's see whether or not anybody's scheming up a plan to rein in the defending champion.
1905 seems to be the year where the pressure starts getting to people more and more. At least that's what it seems like to me. But how about you, Isaac? What did you hear?
Yeah, the pressure is definitely building. Ben and McCarlis organize this move on Justin, which he does sort of sniff out enough, but not enough to defend against all the units they have. But he's at least not immediately on the back foot. Meanwhile, in the east, Austria and Wardy and Matt try to work out some kind of deal. And McCarlis and Wardy both talk and say that they're pretty decently positioned so long as they don't go after one another, and suggest that an AG end game. And Justin pitches, tries to get Ben back on side, but Ben isn't going to.
Yeah, I started listening into the conversation in the Mediterranean Sea between Justin and Jordan. Jordan tells Justin that he won't defend against Wardy at all, that it's all his fault if Wardy is now running away with the game. Justin, as I said, really seems to be one of those players who starts to feel the pressure. I mean, it's his first top board, I think, in his first VDL season, so he's definitely having a lot of things to handle right here. He says, well, I don't want to hide behind my experience, but behind McCarlis, I feel like I don't have many options he won't see through right away. He says that to Jordan in Italy. Jordan is really trying to control himself. He seems to be quite mad, but he's trying to get back into the diplomatic game with France. He tried the last turn with a strong ultimatum. Now he is trying with an amicable strategy, saying, I won't make any demands of how much you need to pull back, but I think you really need to pull back because I need to control Wardy. Any progress that you're pulling back is good progress. And then also Jordan is telling Wardy, look, you have seen Game of Thrones, I'm sure. I'm Hodor, holding off that door for you. Then we move forward into the fall, where Matt asks Justin not to take Tunis. He says, look, you need to go back west and defend against Germany so that Jordan can do something about Wardy, who is attacking Matt in Russia. Justin just straight away tells Jordan that he doesn't see how he can lay off of him. Jordan is just flabbergasted. He cannot believe that even after this EG attack, France will still keep attacking him. And then they come up with a deal where where Justin and France says, okay, I need to rebuild at home. So can you blow up my fleet, Tyrrhenian Sea? I won't even take Tunis. And then I can rebuild. However, when he's talking to McCarlis reminds him that he won't rebuild as he will be losing Liverpool for sure. So that might be playing into his mind. And also Wardy seems to be one of the people who's really struggling with his situation, seems to be contemplating until the very last minute what he's supposed to do. He promised Matt to go back to defend against Germany, or at least put some pressure on him, put an army into Bohemia and not attack Russia anymore. What was your intel you gathered in the fall?
Yeah, so some of that conversation, McCarlis and Matt seem to establish some kind of détente, especially with the fleet going into St. Petersburg. And yeah, Matt and Wardy talked for a while, sort of trying to figure out what a deal would be like. Wardy was a little worried that if he pulled back, that then Matt would collapse in on him. And he also pitched a potential stab on Italy, but Wardy didn't seem particularly interested in that at the moment. And Justin, once again, tried to turn Ben around, but no luck.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll see you again soon.
All right, Liam, we'll take this one to you.
I think this is a game that, as you said before, is really in McCarlis's wheelhouse. He's got a lot of options, and I think that's when he thrives, is when he has choices and flexibility. The other players on the board, I think, whether by their own fault or just the nature of what's happening, are starting to feel a little bit locked up. You heard it there that Wardy, even after making that stabs, now feels a little blocked, that he can't go against Jordan. He kind of has to stay up against Matt because he feels like Matt will come in on him, and he has no options. There's nothing else he can really do other than take that risk and hope Matt forgives him. There's no other choice that he has. And I think Justin's probably feeling very similarly in Italy. If he backs off from Italy to maybe go deal with Ben, well, then he's just opened the can. So any of McCallus's rivals actually don't have another choice. Matt has a bit of flexibility, but otherwise it's the others are feeling a little tied up.
I think what was more interesting than what I heard was what I didn't hear. And what I didn't hear was McCallus is having his way with us. He's going to run this game if we don't do anything. I didn't hear that. I just heard what Liam said. I don't have options. We're stuck. We have to keep standing at a stalemate with each other. We can't disentangle.
I have to say, though, it's not that Wardy doesn't have another alternative, that Wardy and Justin don't have an alternative. It's that they don't think they do. And the clear obvious thing for them to do is to split up the Italian centers between them. Italy isn't needed for either one. I mean, if Wardy starts taking Italian centers, that helps France, who can help attack or help slow down McCallus in Germany, which is something Christopher can also do, Wardy. And so yeah, I think this is a testament to Jordan's ability to keep Wardy from thinking that stabbing him is an option.
Great insight by Brandon. And then Brandon, stop it. So, yeah, I think that's Adam. That's exactly the comment that I was going to make. I am not hearing signs of, hey, we've from a pure center count, everybody is definitely outnumbering McCallus. There's room on this board for the rest of the players to react. Question is whether they will. Really liked that comment, apparently.
I think we're on Adam now, right?
Yep, Adam, your turn. So take a look.
Yeah,
at
and I think Ben Kelman's build certainly is not looking like it's on the stop McCallus bandwagon. Of course, there's plenty he could do with that, but it certainly looks like it's more. I'm going to continue to throw my stuff at Justin here, but let's see.
That's a good build. That could go either way. I like it.
Yeah. Well, we heard in the sideline they were talking about EG. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, EG to the end. That was the pitch. And Ben Kelman is the right player to do that to. He has in VDL this season, he had the highest collaboration and by far, I want to say triple the amount of supports of other countries compared to every other player in the league. So if you're going to get someone on side who's going to collaborate well with you, is going to help offer supports, and you feel like, hey, it was down on the ropes and I'm going to be the guy to help get you there, I could see that EG working really well together. And I think unless Ben Kelman feels like he's got a chance at topping this board and winning the game, I think they stick together.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think if Ben is convinced that he's not in this game, he'd probably prefer McCallus to win, and he's probably figuring, I can't work with Justin. Justin has just lied to me too many times in this game, and so I don't have a path to win without being able to work with Justin, and that just is not going to happen. And these moves certainly are supportive of that, with the shift up to the Irish Sea, down to supporting self, down to the English Channel, and so forth. What's also interesting is, well, with the West Med pulling back to the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, Jordan is able to retake Tunis. That unit disbands, which I think is very telling. So great, we finally disengaged, but clearly it was not the right play in the first place for Justin to even be down there. We are also seeing some signs of disengagement between Russia and and Austria. Actually, they're pretty significant signs of disengagement, I would say. The move from Warsaw to Silesia and the supported attack on Bohemia, I think those are both a big deal. And coupled with Italy moving back up to Venice, it looks like the AIR is back together and realizing that, hey, yeah, maybe we should do something here. Of course, the other important move is the army going back, Michalis' army going back into St. Petersburg, which is going to force Jordan to, force Matt to further shift his armies up. Well, that was premature, I guess. Wow, I mean, this is. I mean, I don't know what to say other than this is just continued brilliance from Michalis. I don't know how this was orchestrated. This is, now Wardy makes the stab on Jordan when they're actually in a position to start making some progress and pushing up north. I mean, this is just brilliant on Michalis to be able to talk folks into this, and at the same time for Matt to retake Romania. This has just caused a total mess. This is a total mess on the other side of the board. These folks are going to have such a hard time getting their shit back together.
I think Austria and Russia could actually work together from here. I mean, this, like, getting Russia a dot here, is actually a good thing to do. And again, the Italian units just aren't needed. This just should have happened last year. It's just a year too late.
Mm-hmm. Winter of 1906, we've got one center lead by Michalis Kamaridis in Germany over 7 center Austria by Christopher Ward, 6 center Matthew Tatanchi, moving up a little quietly. There is a little bit of potential there for Matthew Tatanchi, perhaps, from this position. And then we see the cost of that coming primarily at the expense of Justin Lohr and Jordan Connors right now. So interesting point in the game. Let's get our sideline reports, and then I'm going to come back and ask for some analysis. Adam, I'll go to you to get your thoughts on who's in the best position at this point of the game when we come back. But first, let's hear from Robert and Isaac.
This turn, there's something in the air, and it's the fear of Michalis, as can be seen by sort of multi-board alliance all moving against him. The only real outlier is Ben, who just sort of changes his position. But what else did you notice in spring, Robert?
Well, Ben is trying to figure out how many dots Michalis thinks he needs to win. It's quite interesting. He feels like, okay, for a while, I assumed that he would need French dots, so he will not attack Norway right here. But now he's having second guesses and thinks maybe 9 is enough for him, and he will take Norway. So he's going around. He's first talking to Matt about it. Then he's sneakily asking Michalis, like, how many dots do you think you need to win? And Michalis says, like, I don't know, good question, maybe 10. And finally, he actually openly talks to Michalis about his concerns concerning Norway. And Michalis says, well, if I feel like I needed to win, I will talk to you about it. I will not just take it. Justin, on the other hand, is trying to desperately get Ben to take support into Belgium. Ben doesn't want to take it with a fleet. He also doesn't want to put an army into Yorkshire, as it is too easy to spot for Michalis. But he says, okay, if I move to Irish and English and you don't bounce me, well, he can't bounce me, so he can't bounce him. But if I get into this position, then I have a convoy route that goes into Belgium, and that is sneaky, that Michalis maybe doesn't see from miles away. Anything else on the spring on your end?
Just Italy and France continuing to peace out.
Okay.
With the arranged taking of Tunis and Justin pulling back.
Let's go to the fall then. How about the fall on your end?
The fall? It's mainly this turn is pretty much all about Ben and whether or not he's going to attack Michalis. He goes around from room to room asking people, trying to figure out if there's any way that he can take Belgium without it losing him Norway. He does figure out a way, but with 15 seconds to spare, so not enough time.
Wow. There's another one who got a move in very late, and that's Wardy. He figured out that there's probably something coming very late in the day. Michalis tells him, look, don't let Jordan get back into this game. He shouldn't be in this game to win it. Take Trieste here. I will support you. And he says, like, I got it in with about half a second before the deadline. Apart from that, Jordan seems very excited that he's back in the game, that he has got play. He wants to do wintergreen with Matt. And after being pretty beaten down and in a bad mood for a little while, he seems like he's really enjoying the game again. He says, okay, he wants to sneakily get into a position so he can stab Wardy. He will try to get into Trieste. And all of a sudden, Jordan is not Hodor anymore, who's holding off the door and just slowly dying. But he says to Matt, now we are boxers. You know, we are taking some punches, but now we're coming back swinging. So big change of mind. However, I think it didn't quite go as he expected with Wardy getting the support into Trieste. So it's going to be very interesting to follow whether he will take more punches or throw more punches in the future.
Adam?
Yeah, I think there's a reasonable argument for Jordan to make right now that says, I'm no longer in this game. I'm going to punish the rest of the East, right? Which would further exacerbate the Michalis problem, right? I don't know that that's the case, and I don't know that Jordan's going to do that, but he really doesn't have a whole lot of play right now. And there's not a very clear path for him getting much bigger than he is. Maybe can sneak into another center or two, depending on how things play out. So really at this point, Matt and Wardy have to shoot the line if they want to have any chance here, right? It really has to happen almost immediately, I think.
Yeah, I think we said it, Michalis, the specter of Camarides has finally appeared, or at least the board has recognized it. It's been there for a while, and the board's finally realized it, but they may have been a turn or two too late. But it, like you said, if the East could work together and figure something out, then if this wintergreen appears, maybe Michalis has a run for his money. But we're about to be in 07, and we maybe have 4 or 5 years left. What does that look like? From a time perspective, and do we start getting into that tight race at the end? We'll have to see.
So I think there's a couple good tidbits there, but the number one for me that could keep this game dynamic is Ben Kelman possibly being willing to move on Michalis. If that was accurate that he meant to take Belgium, would you mind going back, Brian, and just showing us what his orders were with the fleets?
He's convoy to Picardy, it looks like, right?
Yeah, is that what was ordered with the convoy? Can you press the order button? Yeah. Wales to Picardy. Okay, and support English Channel. Okay, so he had the thought to, because he definitely could have taken Belgium there with the army. That would have reconfigured the game. I think there's still a chance if Ben wants to make a run at this. Yeah.
Ben, I've worked with Ben a lot. I've been on a lot of boards. I was actually pulling up some statistics of Ben and myself working together. It doesn't go well for me anytime I'm on board with Ben. Usually, not necessarily goes well for him either. But I think he's got the better of me in most of these. Ben will struggle with some decisiveness as it gets down to the pressure. He's gotten really confident over the last couple of years. I've seen him grow as he's got as a player. But occasionally Ben will second guess himself. He'll have a great idea idea, but then get stuck with that that negative sort of self-talk of, is this the right choice? Could I get this? What's going on? But Ben, when he gets his first idea, it's usually the right idea. It's just, does he stick with it? Is sort of what I find. His instinct is usually right. It's just if he sticks with it.
I'm going to make Ben feel doubly bad, which is the way you go about taking Belgium is getting Picardy to support you in.
I think it did, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
It did.
Well,
Yeah.
if you do that, you're also going to order North Sea to Holland to cut Holland's support, and you're taking 2 here because Holland walked out.
Yep.
So if you make those moves, you're +2. McCallus is -2. This is a completely different game.
Yeah. I will say, Ben Kelman, I've definitely noticed a improvement in that decisiveness that Liam was talking about. Kind of struggled early on, as we said, but he's been with the league since the very first season. This season, he's got a 60% top share, one of the top 5 in the league, I think top 4, and he lone topped 3 out of 5 of his boards and was not eliminated once this season. Huge improvements for Ben, and I love to see the fight here. And what could have been, Adam, but you know what, that's still there. So let's find out. Maybe they'll see it going into 1907.
Yeah, just one other quick tidbit here. Wardy, if you had any bad feelings about stabbing Jordan there, that sideline report should warm your heart, because Jordan was like gung ho on the wintergreen. I mean, they still might be. Like Matthew may say, "I've got nothing to do here," but attack Wardy, and then the 2 of them actually can, I think, take Wardy apart. Maybe not fast enough for either one of them to get an advantage enough to catch McCallus. But McCallus's advantage here is not in center count, right? He's only 1 or 2 ahead of Matthew and Wardy. His advantage here is diplomatic, in that there is not an alliance structure forming to stop him. That can change.
Yeah. One of 1906, we've got Army in Moscow for Matthew Tatanchi, not insignificant. And let's see, I believe, Brandon, we're going back to you as we go into 1907.
All right. And so the big question, I think, is Ben Kelman. Does Ben Kelman do anything to try to rejigger this game? And the answer is no. The convoy is now into Picardy, as it was before, and this time a German unit supports it, and so it goes. In the east, we have quickly forming wintergreen that is aided actually by Wardy supporting Piedmont to Tyrolia, and I suspect, and Russia makes some nice inroads here into getting both position and or dots. Although they vacated Sevastopol, I think that's going to end up being a mistake. I think he's too worried about covering Smyrna here. Better to let that one go and consolidate position in the north. But I think this is an example here. I think Wardy is not reading the situation properly. And he is probably feeling guilty. Jordan is probably doing an excellent job of laying it on him. So Wardy is now being a little bit of an architect in his own downfall. Fall of 1907, we have England continuing against France. And netting Brest here, which is actually, I think he's probably gaining something faster here than we might have expected. So that's well done for him. In the east, we do have Wardy. This is a brutal turn. Loses Bulgaria, Constantinople, and Trieste. This is actually the kind of collapse that opens up the possibility that Jordan or Matthew is now in striking distance, will be in striking distance of McCallus. I think if you're McCallus, this is actually not a great turn for you. Your advantage is now weakening because you're standing in place while other people are moving forward. Great turn for Matthew Tatanchi. Good Lord. Picks up.
He'll have 2 builds. One got piffed, so he will have 2 builds. And You know, I think if I'm looking at the center count, sure, McCullough has the lead at the moment, but you know, if I'm racing for centers, I want to be an Eastern power. Look how many centers are close to Matt versus how many centers are not that close for McCullough. Considering Ben's there, Ben's not going to give the game to McCullough. He's certainly not just going to say, take my dots. So, and he's going to fight for the ones that are there too. He'll fight for Paris. He'll fight for for those dots. He's not just going to give them to McCullough willingly. So my edge may be going to Matt if those dots are available. Whatever Wardy has to pull here may be the telling piece. If you know. So I think this will be an interesting switch for Matt if he can hit the gears fast enough.
Yeah, I don't think if you're McCullough, I don't think you really want Ben getting a build. I think you need, and you certainly don't want Ben and Matthew both getting builds. Yeah.
He didn't have the choice. He didn't have a choice other than convincing Ben not to take something.
Norway could have.
Could have negotiated, said, hey, if you're going to pick up Brest, I need Berlin, I need Munich. It makes more sense. You're only going to build a fleet if you're in, but maybe the sidelines have some insight as to maybe why that wasn't done.
I think McCullough may just have been a little too passive here, actually, in these last 2 game years. He's the war on France isn't really netting him anything, and isn't going to net him anything anytime soon. Maybe Paris. Maybe he can convince to get support into Paris. Interesting. It's a very interesting game all of a sudden.
Yeah, mark down fall of 1907. If Matthew Tatanchi ends up winning the game, this could be the turn that it happens. The question for Matthew coming into this game is, how hungry is he? Had 2 really, really close opportunities to win big games last season when he was the new hotness. This season, it's been a little bit rougher for Matthew Tatanchi coming in as a known quantity, but obviously with a solo managed to force his way into this league, coming in at number 2. Don't go to sleep on Matthew Tatanchi, but I'll admit, like, we haven't heard his name coming up on the sidelines very much. I heard it a little bit last time. I was like, okay, let's see what's going. And now we've got a little bit of gas. We got a little bit of movement here. We've got those nice juicy Balkan centers right down there. And you know what? Who's not mad at Matthew Tatanchi is Jordan Connors. That's a beautiful pairing. Let's find out what happens and hear what our sideline reporters have to tell us about that in 1907.
And here we are again in 1907. Kick us off, Isaac.
So, the West continues to sow a little bit of chaos, mainly through McCullough, trying to create as much chaos as possible in the East to try and kill France faster. Because that way they have time while the East is still resolving themselves to finish the French off. Ben is umming and ahhing about whether or not he should stab, but we'll get to that in the fall. McCullough strongly wants to encourage the wintergreen, but meanwhile, absolutely everyone else on the whole board is telling Ben that he has to stab McCullough now, and he's not going to get another chance.
In the East, the very crucial thing is that Wardy doesn't realize that the stab of fall of 1906 was a coordinated thing between Italy and Russia. Even though Jordan's move to Trieste was agreed with him, it was very much designed to go in together with Russia to get into Trieste and to be able to attack Wardy. But the brilliancy of this move was that Wardy is now going to Jordan and saying, I'm so sorry, I felt that something was coming and I moved into the wrong direction. I took Trieste off of you when I should have moved towards Russia. And so he's actually, because he doesn't realize, because everything was agreed with Italy, that Jordan was just as much in for this stab on him, actually comes up with this plan to kick McCullough out of Tyrolia and get Italy towards him again. Italy also asks for Greece. Wardy says, yeah, we were gonna get you a dot. The deal, however, was that Italy should go to Eastern Med here and they would either give him Greece or Smyrna. Michalis repeatedly tries to get into a conversation with Wardy, but Wardy really doesn't give him any time at all until like 30 seconds before the deadline. Yeah, we move forward into the fall. Hello, system, into the fall. And there are no orders yet. In the fall, Wardy is a bit beaten down, tells Jordan, look, you know, I kind of screwed up. It's a big mess. I'm not going to defend Trias. Let's just get back into a position where we can work together, because Jordan repeats that he doesn't want to be a 4-center Italy at this point of a game. He needs a 5th dot. And Michalis tells Matt that he doesn't want to see Wardy implode too quickly, but he says, I will not help you into any dots, but I can support hold Galicia, as Matt is kind of asking for that. Then, however, Michalis goes to Wardy and says, like, hey, I'm absolutely going to help you defend here. I don't want the wintergreen to grow at all. And Wardy goes as far as, you know, running his defensive tactics past Michalis to get sort of a second opinion. What else did you listen into in the fall turn?
So I spent most of the turn with Ben, as did most of the rest of the board, continuing to try to convince him that he should take Belgium with support, either using the army or the fleet, and that he should try and dot one of Holland or Denmark from Michalis. Now, Michalis came up with this set that gives him Brest, which made him more hesitant to do so. And as you can see, ultimately he decided that of Belgium or Brest, he would rather have Brest.
Okay. Well, the clock is ticking. Not that many game years left anymore. I'm excited to see how it continues.
Robert is right. That clock tick, tick, tick is ticking. Spring of 1908 is what we're about to move into. Right now, we've got a 8-center Michalis Kamaridis leading the board, but it sure is not feeling the same way it was a couple of turns ago. Brandon, your thoughts on that sideline commentary?
I just want to talk about Wardy here for a second, because this is a psychological moment that happens to a lot of players. You make a move. If it's betrayal of somebody that you've been working with so far in the game, there is a natural for people with normal functioning empathy. It is natural to feel bad about that. It is natural to feel bad that you have just harmed somebody that you have been working well with before. What you have to understand, though, is that first of all, this is a game in which nobody has a right to anybody's good graces. Nobody has a right to your feeling sorry for them. And you can see what was happening here is that Jordan was scheming against Wardy at the exact same moment. And Wardy even, there were signs of that. And Wardy, I think, even had some information about that. And still, his feeling of guilt overrode his self-interest here. And this is a moment of growth. Wardy, I hope you watch this at some point. This is a moment you should look back on and learn from, because you do not need to feel bad at all in a moment like that. What you need to do is to figure out what is going to help you win this game. And that's really all. And it doesn't sound like Jordan was even putting on the hard guilt trip. Wardy was doing that himself. So there's the psychology to this game that is about emotion management and empathy management, to be honest. And feeling empathy is great. Like, let's all do it. We all, we could use some more of it in this world, to be honest. But it has a time and a place. And if you're giving your power away, you are not actually engaging in a give and take with somebody. You are simply giving.
Well, winner of 1907. Net result is we see Ben Kelman putting down Fleet London, Matthew Tatanchi putting down 2 armies, Christopher Ward disbanding in Aegean, and Jordan Connors building Fleet Naples. Liam, I'm throwing this one to you now. Thoughts on these adjustments as we start moving into the later stages of this game?
Yeah, these adjustments sort of make sense the way I see it. I mean, Wardy getting rid of the fleet makes sense. Again, that's just telling Jordan, have at her down in the Mediterranean. I do think Ben potentially could have had a chance to maybe step on a bit of gas if he took one from McAllis that last turn, even potentially while taking Brest. I noticed North did nothing. Could have just had a fun trip to Denmark, something fun to do. So I think Ben, if he really wants to have a race, he's got 2 to 3 years left. I think Ben could actually give it a race here with a couple of those dots, just considering how McAllis is going to be really tied up. I think, and giving that opening, and because the East hasn't resolved, it's not done. There's lots of play, there's lots of sliding around. Where in the West, it's a little cut and dry. So I think I'm hoping Ben says, "Look, I'm still in this game. I want a chance to win." I hope he goes for it. And there we go. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. So Ben took one look at Justin and said, "Here, Justin, you were out. I was out before. You backed off of me. You're out now. Let's work together. Let's see if we can knock down the current board leader a little bit here." And Ben has set himself up in a wonderful position, I think, to give this a chance with Justin in the West. In the East, it looks like there's some. A little bit of movement. Jordan taking Greece. Matthew making his way into Bulgaria, although losing Romania in the process. But I think that's better positionally, anyways, being in Bulgaria, giving himself sort of a clear ownership of Turkey. And it just depends, I think, if Jordan wants to continue. But I think this winter green will stay for the rest of this game. I don't see a reason, unless, again, waiting for that one dot on that last turn, and that's what this game could come down to. I think we're shaping up to be a fall of 10 or 11, and that one move being that one dot that puts somebody over the line.
Shaping up to be another Virtual Diplomacy League classic.
This is great. Everyone's in play except maybe Justin at this point, but everyone else is in play. Maybe Wardy too, I should say. So. And
I'll stick with Ben, taking Belgium, covering Norway. So Ben making some good progress there. I'm hoping he'll use that build for an army to make this a very interesting run for the finish for him. Justin, I think trying to make sure that Ben does guarantee himself Belgium, although I don't think that was needed. I think he probably could have supported himself there. But either way, honestly, putting McAllis a bit out of position, I think. So this is even better for the West. In the East, Matthew took what he lost, keeps Romania, keeps Bulgaria. Jordan keeping Greece. No movement, although there is I will point out an interesting support from Trieste here to Vienna. So Jordan and Wardy, old allies, new enemies, new allies again. As McAllis takes a shot at Vienna, and Jordan says no, thank you. Go back to the West. So there could be some more shifting dynamics in the East. Maybe this game is trying to solidify. They are controlling the leader, and I think after this turn, I think Matt will end up being the board leader after this turn.
I think so.
All right, winner of 1908, we do see Matthew Tatanchi slipping ahead for the first time this game, going from 5 centers up to 8 over the next 3 years. Doesn't sound like a lot in a normal game, but in this game, that feels like it's climbing up the side of a mountain. Let's check in with Robert and Isaac on our sideline for what has been a very critical 1908.
A game racing towards the finish line more and more. We're back, and we will start in spring of 1908 with you, Isaac.
So this was a relatively quiet spring where, at least in terms of what I heard, McAllis tried to offer Justin a Janissary deal where he tried to get him to go towards Italy because Wardy was dying too fast. He then turned around and told Jordan that he's taking Vienna, and he told Wardy that he's defending him in Vienna and that he's going to try and get him to take, and that he should try and go for Trieste. That's it.
Okay. Matt and Jordan are, from what I heard, in very strong agreement that they need to split up the Austrian dots as quickly as possible if they want to have any chance of outracing Michalis. However, the big story of this turn is Ben getting himself into the right mindset to do that step. A lot of people have been suggesting to him, begging him to do even for quite a while, and that is stabbing Michalis. He has been contemplating for a long time. On the one hand, he's saying, well, Michalis was really nice to me, and I'm not even sure if it will get me far. I don't think I have a chance of winning anyway. So is it worth doing it? And different people are talking to him over and over again. No, do it. Give yourself some chance of having success rather than no chance, and so on. Sometimes it's Matt, then it's Justin. And eventually, you can really hear in his voice how he's quarreling with himself. And eventually, he begrudgingly gets himself to do it, even though he doesn't seem too happy with it. Let's move forward into the fall. You said earlier that you maybe followed the aftermath of it in the fall a little bit.
Yeah, he sort of seemed to have a little bit of regrets. He was sort of trying to figure out, well, what do I get out of this stab? What does it do for me? And the answer really seemed to be Belgium, and that he was going to lose Norway because he was convinced that Bosnia was going to Sweden. And so he sort of felt like, well, I'm losing stuff and it's not really that significant of a gain. And everyone was generally trying to reassure him. He was going through trying to make sure that there was pressure in the north still by talking to Russia, and he spoke with Italy. This has just completely changed the board state, and so now everyone's reconsidering all of their alliances and what they should be doing in the East. This has caused a real shakeup where now potentially Wardy is viable again because there were concerns about Russia getting too big. So all sorts could be happening.
Yeah, and there was a significant conversation between Jordan and Wardy, which sort of started out as a bit of a joke. Jordan saying, like, if there's somebody you want to punish, you could put that cocky guy in Italy into some centers. I'm very cocky, it would be a slam in their face. But then it gets more serious as Jordan says, look, I never lied to you, which Wardy agrees that is right. Even when he attacked, he was honest with him. And they kind of come up with a plan where Wardy attacks Bulgaria, pledges not to do anything about Greece or Trieste, and Italy promises to put him into Bulgaria. But as it seems, he finally decided that sticking with Russia is what he wants to do in the end. That's about all I have for 1908. So probably at this point, we are not quite sure whether it's 2 or 3 game years left. 1910 or 1911 will be the end date. So it's getting quite interesting, and I'm keen to see what happens next.
All right, Brandon, going back to you for this one.
For the sideline, the attack on Bulgaria that didn't form, Greece didn't actually support Serbia to Bulgaria is interesting. So I think there's a question of keeping an eye on what's happening in the East, and whether Jordan wants to stick with the winter green or not. I think that's a question I have coming out of that negotiation. It didn't sound like there were huge fireworks between Ben and Michalis, unless I missed something about that. So keeping a cool line of communication between the two of them could pay dividends in the end. I could see Ben coming back and saying, toward the end, if he isn't going to win, being, "Hey, you were good to me for a lot of this game. I took a shot, it didn't work. Take back what I took from you."
So Adam, you'll take 1909, and just before we do that, let's assume we've got either 2 or 3 years left. I feel like Russia's in a pretty good spot. Is that your pick for who you think's got the best chance, or do you like somebody else?
I think it's got to be Russia or Germany. I mean, I think Jordan is in the ball game, but I think it's going to be really hard for him to pick up enough space. I mean, the Turkish dots are hanging in the breeze, but I don't think he has the position to really take advantage of them in the time of this that this game has without, compromising his position in Trieste and Greece. So I think it'd be trading some for others. But maybe he can get there diplomatically. But I probably I'm going to stick with McCallus on this. I think he's still going to have that rapport, to the point that Brandon made earlier. I think he still has the rapport with Ben. And I think when it comes down to it, he's going to get what he needs to stay just above Matt.
Right.
But it's going to be tight. This is going to be a tight one. And Wardy pulls Ukraine, as you would expect here. And Ben builds the fleet in Edinburgh, which actually doesn't bode very well for McCallus, probably. All right. So now in the West, we have Belgium convoying out to take Denmark, while Ben makes the really cautious play of not going to Norway, and it pays off because he's able to reposition himself. But this is ultimately, not going to help the case I just made for McCallus, because McCallus pulling back enables Matt to retake St. Petersburg. Matt also convoys down to Constantinople to protect himself from what Jordan just did. I think he's still probably likely to lose one, but it's not going to be too devastating there. But Jordan's making his play for this game. I think he probably sold this to Wardy to, to push up against Matt and let him get away with this.
I will point out the very center, hidden in the middle, is McCallus slipping into Vienna, right behind it as it leaves. So a very that's always fun to have a German Vienna.
I mean, that's a good point, right? He's retaken Belgium. I don't think he can hold it, but he's in Vienna. Maybe he can hold that. I think the other really interesting thing that I didn't comment on is I think that Jordan built Army Naples, which I think is a bit of a feint here, right? Because it really makes it look like he's going to convoy to Albania. But that's not what he does, right? I think it's probably trying to send a feint to Matt that, hell no, I'm not moving my fleets. Like, you don't have to worry about that because I'm built in Naples. I'm obviously convoying it. So that was, I think, kind of a clever diplomatic move there. Okay, in the fall, he does indeed take Smyrna and does hold the other centers. It now looks like Jordan and McCallus have some common interest in holding Matt back. So it looks like this is going to net. I think it's going to net one for Ben, right? He holds on to Belgium, takes Denmark,
he loses Norway.
Loses Norway, so I think he's going to be even. So I think so McCallus is going to be up one from Vienna, up one down, up two down two, loses Denmark, gains Norway and Vienna. He's plus. I loses St. Petersburg. He's plus two minus two. So he'll
build one from a PIF.
From the PIF, yeah. So this is a race. But Jordan now is tied with Germany.
Jordan's the one you want to be in this situation.
Yeah, and Jordan's in the position to maybe take the rest of those Austrian dots and maybe even get another Turkish dot. It's quite interesting.
Yep.
This period of the game reminds me of the DB&I from a couple of years ago, Brandon, when you managed to sneak out a win, kind of come from behind as Italy. I think you waited about 1 year later before making your move. This is not exactly the same position as that game, but it's very similar. So you you obviously have experience in game of this kind of situation. Talk to me about what you feel like Jordan may be looking at here.
I think Jordan is looking at especially what Wardy is doing. Is Wardy going to help me finish this game off? And if so, then I'm going to win. I think that's what Jordan's thinking. Build Army Venice here. Vienna, as long as Wardy's still inside with him, Vienna will be his at the end of the game. He's likely to get either Bulgaria or Constantinople, or both within 2 years. and Serbia will be there for the taking when he wants it to. So that's 3 or 4, and no one else on this board is going to catch him.
And just a reminder, Jordan does have the tiebreaker over all of the other contenders, picking, I think, Italy in the third to last pick.
Fifth split.
Yeah, but that's a better way to say it. And then we've got Michalis with that next tiebreaker. So, or I'm sorry, Matt having the next tiebreaker. So Michalis will need to beat both Matt and Jordan in order to come out on top. And Ben is going to have to beat everyone else except for Justin. So really long road for Ben. Not out of it entirely. Michalis has more paths, but also probably a little more chaos. So we are heading toward a photo finish. Let's check in with our.
Just a really quick point. Michalis getting Matthew to support him into Norway is really, really good diplomacy, and it basically means Ben can't win. If Ben had gotten Matthew to help him, then Ben, I think, had a shot. And maybe he still does if he can turn Matthew around. But
all right, winner of 1909. Check in with our sideline team.
Here we are again. What is now certainly certain to be the penultimate year of the game. It will finish after 1910. We know that now. Isaac, kick us off.
So it was a lot of talking the tactics in the West, just trying to figure out what was going on with Belgium and Denmark, and a lot of trying to get reassurances in the East that someone was going to do something to check Russia, which is what Italy both said and did, especially since Michalis has now walked out of St. Petersburg and tried to help them into Budapest, but accidentally got himself into Vienna by doing so.
Yeah, the turn started with a proposed draw vote by Michalis, even though right now Matt is on top, but it was vetoed very quickly. Jordan has now dropped his previous style where he really tried to, not lie to anybody, to be everybody's friend, or at least be upfrank with everybody. Now he's very openly telling, or not openly, but he's telling Austria on the one hand and Russia on the other hand, well, I will work with you and attack the other. So now entering the late game, that strategy of his from the early game is out of the window. And Ben expresses to Michalis that he feels very sorry for attacking him, that it is probably costing him the game, but that he just wants to take the slim shot he has. But he's also expressing that if there should be a chance to throw back to Michalis in the last year, if it had become clear that Ben cannot win, he would be very inclined to do so. We move forward into the fall, and right here it starts with Jordan telling Matt, I'm really sorry, I thoroughly enjoyed the game we played together, but honestly this move that was supposedly agreed upon, that Michalis walked out of St. Pete, let Russia in so they could collaborate on Norway in fall, because Michalis kind of had it with the game, that this kind of made Jordan flip and think like, okay, I cannot outrace Russia if I'm not attacking him here. So maybe once again, as we have seen before in previous games, a situation where a premature sort of quote unquote throw, even though it's not quite a full throw, can actually hinder the person who is being, at first glance, the benefactor of this. At the same time, Matt and Jordan both are fighting for Wardy because they both know that they need him if they want to win. And very late in the day, Michalis and Jordan are trying to work on Justin to take Brest here, because Justin really doesn't want either Germany nor England to win. But for now, he has been working with England, and so he was not prepared to take Brest right here. Very late in the day, Italy joins a conversation together with Germany and England and says, hey, we would be all in for that. If you take Brest off of England, England will not win. And actually, Michalis, because he also likes Ben being a little bit punished, says, hey, I'll support that as well. if that's what you want, we can make a deal that if you take Brest, I will turn on Russia. So neither me nor Ben is actually winning, and Italy is the champion of yours. But that seems to be too late in the day. Justin is waffling back and forth, and then says, "No, let's do it next year. Maybe it's no, it's too short." What else did you listen into in the fall?
Mainly just that. ENF Ben and Justin spent a lot of time discussing tactics. Justin also notably passing up the opportunity to walk into Munich here to tap Roar instead to secure Belgium. That's it.
Well, we are in for a fun ride. It's still open, I'd say. We have one more game year left. Let's get back to the booth.
Final game year of the Virtual Diplomacy League Championship for the 2024 season. 5 years in the making, this game. Coming into the home stretch, we've got our defending champion just behind Matthew Tatanchi with a position to perhaps pull out a win to secure a historic second title. First time that will have ever happened in league history. We have Matthew Tatanchi, last year's bridesmaid, this time having an opportunity to perhaps put those games behind him and show everybody that he can win the big one. And then in the South, we've got Jordan Connors in Italy, the transfer player coming in from extended deadline format, having a phenomenal banner year in virtual face-to-face, capping it off with perhaps one of the best chances, definitely based off the tiebreaker, in order to win this game. We've got a photo finish coming in, and we are going to send this final year. We know that now by our sideline reporters. We're going to send this to you, Brandon, for our call for the final year.
Do we want to do a little anticipation first or no?
Yeah, I think let's do that. And I think that's a great idea. And I'd also say let's get everybody in chat. Like let's put in some predictions. This is a really interesting game state. And for those of you watching this on replay, pause the game, take a look at it, see what your thoughts are, and then let's get back with it. Yeah, so Brandon, since you're calling, we'll save you for last. Liam, we'll do you first, then Adam, and then Brandon, you can round us out.
You know, I think this right now I think this is a race between Jordan and Matt. Personally, I think at this point, I think something would have to go horribly wrong for them, for McCallus to have a better shot than them. I just don't. I think. Based on this position, like you said, I think depends on what Wardy does here. But my pick, if I'm looking at this, I'm gonna go with Matt here.
Adam, your call.
Yeah. So one thing I heard during the sidelines was Ben coming around and saying he would possibly be willing to give some stuff up to McCallus in order to see him win if he didn't have a chance. So the question is, does he follow through with that? And how much can he actually do? Right? Probably Denmark, probably Belgium, maybe St. Pete. McCallus loses Vienna. That nets him +2, puts him at 9. Is that going to be enough to win? I don't know. I'm not ruling it out, though. I actually still think McCallus has a shot here if he can win on diplomacy. He's not going to win on tactics. He's not going to win on position.
Ben can also give him one of his home centers. So he can get him four centers in the north, do all of that at once. And then, there would be a question of whether he holds on to Vienna or not. So I think his max is 11. 10 would be where he'd get to most likely if Ben goes full mea culpa. For me, it's actually between Jordan and McCallus. And I'm operating under the assumption that Wardy will still help Jordan here, which actually is the odds of that are a little bit lowered by the Galicia disband. if Jordan just stays put, and I'm sorry, if Wardy just stays put and Jordan and Matthew don't collaborate to sort of take his centers, then that's the real opportunity for McCallus to sneak it out if he can get Bellman. That's
do you think, Brandon? Do you think there's a world where they're collaborating to take Wardy's centers after? I mean, if they set up those types of moves, doesn't that leave the opportunity open for Jordan to take dots off of Matt? I mean, like.
Yeah, let me see. By collaborating, I meant one of them goes for Serbia and one of them goes for Budapest. Jordan's going to go to Tyrolia here. I think it'll be interesting to see if McCallus thwarts that or not.
Is he going to go to Tyrolia here with France and Piedmont?
Oh, I didn't notice the France and Piedmont. That's a squirrely little move. Ooh. Man, Justin is in position to just make a little music here at the end.
Tuscany's lovely this time of year.
Yeah.
Liam, you said that the smaller powers can sometimes make the difference, and I think we're going to see that play out here. Justin and Wardy may be kingmakers in what happens as we enter this final turn.
I think that is the case.
Or final year.
All right. We do have, we have Ben Kelman. Ben Kelman wanting McCallus to win. So they are not in position to give one of the home centers away, however.
But St. Pete.
But he will get St. Pete.
St. Pete.
And Piedmont supports Venice to Tyrolia. So Vienna is at risk here. Matthew Tatanchi might have something to say about it, although probably not happy about St. Petersburg, but he may be. Yeah, we'll see about that. Okay, so in the South, then Wardy is on side with Jordan, which is a big deal for Jordan.
Yeah.
That nets Jordan Serbia and should also net him Constantinople. Possibly, there's actually a guess in there.
And maybe Vienna.
Yes, which would, if he could get all three of them, would take him to 10.
Tie? That's a tie.
No, because he would be taking Vienna away from
Yeah,
McCallus.
so McCallus is only up. McCallus would only be up 2, and Jordan wins on the tiebreaker if they're both at 9. So
If they do
at 9,
like a good shot for Jordan here.
Yeah. So what McCallus needs is to not lose Vienna. So he needs to do everything he can to get Matthew to support him.
Matt needs to support him. Yep.
Yeah. Or if he can convince Wardy, that seems less likely. Wow. So Vienna, I want to look at Vienna's order here. Vienna supports Serbia into Trieste
or Budapest, one of those. Yeah.
Serbia.
Yeah. This is the order that McCallus probably wants back right now. I'm not sure in what world you do that. Vienna 100% should be supporting Munich to Tyrolia here. He must have had a conversation with Wardy where he believed Wardy was going to help him. And so now he's got to put the hard sell.
All right. Fall of 1910. This will be the final turn of the.
I think there's a comment there that Norway can go to Eddie.
Yeah, but then St. Petersburg can't be taken.
Then St. Petersburg can retreat to Norway. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's find out what happens. Brandon, you've got the call.
All right. I'm looking in the East for starters, and Jordan does get Vienna. Oh, there was a 50-50 Vienna to Tyrolia with Munich support that could have done it, but I believe. Oh, but Jordan doesn't get another one in the South. So Jordan's
I think
only
they're tied. They're tied.
So they're
right?
tied.
9-9.
+2 and +2, 9-9.
Yeah.
Jordan wins on a tiebreak. Well done, Jordan Connors.
Wow.
There we go.
Wow.
The tie went McCallus last year. The tie didn't go to McCallus this year. That's how close it is.
Wow. And it came down to McCallus some tactics. That's gonna hurt.
He would, because he would have kept Vienna if he just if he changed that support order, I believe, right? So that in the spring was the guarantee, and the guess was in the fall.
Sorry, go back. What did Galicia and Budapest do? I see. Budapest actually ensured that Galicia couldn't support Vienna, so it didn't matter what Galicia did. It was Wardy, man. Wardy. Wardy really felt bad and helped Jordan win. Wow, what a finish.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Virtual Diplomacy League 2024 Championship has concluded. We have a new victor, Jordan Connors, coming in from the extended deadline world, known online as Conk the Conqueror. Has defeated many a diplomacy player throughout his storied career in that format. Comes to a new one, and nothing stops him in this format either. Brandon, you spoke early on about Jordan having the tactics, having the communication, but the big question is, how would he handle the pressure? And this player did not show any sign of the pressure getting to him. Definitely had moments under pressure where it was extremely difficult, but played a complete game. Tactics, strategy, negotiation, had it all. We saw a diplomacy game tonight, folks, and I am so grateful that we had the opportunity to cover this.
This is I got some stuff to say about this actually, but I don't want to. Yeah, if Liam and Adam, if you want to jump in before I pontificate, I'm happy to give you the first shot here.
I just want to reflect a little bit that this is 5 years of VDL running. So big thank you to Zachary Moore for the last 5 years of his life dedicating to this. I was on the very first top board from VDL, and seeing the caliber of play that's on this board just goes to show the skill level that's improved. All these players, everybody's being in it. Look, if I made the first board, look at the level of skill that's gone up here, and these players, each and every one of them had chance throughout the whole game. Like I look at the green line at spring of 06. It was down to the bottom, didn't really move a lot, and then it just rocketed up to that 9 center win.
No one gave up this game. I mean, Ben was, I think I made some comment after 1901 when he had everybody building fleets against them, said, "Thank you very much, Ben." And look at this. Ben was in the game, right? I mean, he made and he was a factor throughout the game and really made a play for it towards the end. Jordan was down but never out. Obviously, Wardy, still fought through the end, right? Got hit, but still made a difference. Just really, really remarkable play across the board here.
I look back over this game, and I'm trying to figure out what it is that Jordan did to win this. And the things that actually stand out to me the most are other players having the opportunity to seize this game, to grab it by the horns and to control it, and passing it up. So Justin has a chance to eliminate Ben and take control of the North. Doesn't do it, turns around and loses the initiative. McCallus has a chance to fully dominate this game, doesn't, lets Ben back in the game and loses the initiative. Jordan and Wardy waited too long to make a move. And when he did, he didn't follow it up with an alliance structure that enabled him to win the game. What Jordan didn't mastermind this game, which I think is what he's used to doing when he wins. Jordan survived. Jordan, the best thing Jordan did in this game was simply survive until it was late enough in the game that other people were too busy to see that he had a clear shot to grow quickly. And I think that survival is a testament just to his grit, for starters, but also to kind of the diplomatic groundwork that he laid with all of the other players, with Wardy in particular. So that good working relationship in the beginning ended up paying dividends for him when Wardy felt guilty for making a move on him. And then Jordan just did sort of everything right towards the end, figured out that siding with Wardy and going against Matthew, or going with Matthew for starters until he was able to get enough of a purchase, and then going against and then flipping and getting Wardy to go with him against Matthew. But I don't think this is the kind of game that Jordan typically plays. And that may be a reflection of the different format. And it's a testament to his overall skill that he found a way to win that is not his typical one, presumably, and pulled this out. So really, really well done.
We have McCullough saying Jordan won the battle for Wardy over Matt. In the end, Matt was unable to get Wardy to play neutral help. I couldn't either. So definitely some respect from the previous winner to the new winner. And joining us on stream right now, we have our new champion, Jordan. Welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Congratulations on being the new Virtual Diplomacy League champion.
Thanks so much. Hey, thanks guys. And I can't thank you enough for the commentary and spending hours and hours talking about this game. It was really, really fun to watch other people take interest and comment on a game that you're playing. And anyway, it was really fun. Had a blast. The competition was really stiff. I have mostly lost my voice from trying to talk to everybody all day today, trying to explain why they ought not to attack me. I'm so glad Brandon Fogel wasn't in the game to explain all the reasons why everybody should have attacked me, which was one, I think, fair recap of his commentary today, which fair enough. They probably should have, but it's a real honor, and thanks very much for the coverage.
Well, Jordan, before we get into any like move by move kind of analysis, you've won some big events in the past, but how are you feeling right now? Like, what's the emotion coming after that marathon game with that caliber of player?
One of the sideline reporters picked up my comment about being a boxer, and I didn't mean that in terms of throwing a punch. I meant that in terms of feeling like I was in a boxing ring. We're playing a diplomacy like board game. It's amazing how much stress and anxiety it creates. Everybody really wanted this. I wanted to have more little dots than everybody else's little dots, and it was just very stressful. And I feel like I was punched and punched and punched, and it feels enormous. It just feels amazing to have survived and ended up squeaking it out at the end with a lot of help from my friends. So it feels good. It feels good.
How does the rush of playing virtual face-to-face compare to the rush that you get from playing extended deadline?
I love playing press diplomacy. I hate the nomenclature extended deadline, because extended from what? You call chess chess and speed chess. You don't have to call one extended. Let's put that aside. It definitely feels like in press diplomacy, you have incredible sense of anxiety and then triumph or dismay over a move that takes 24 hours to resolve, and you just package that into 6 hours or whatever today. And it is insane. So it is much more intense and fast paced. Obviously, you go through the wave of emotions and all of the stages of grief in very short order. So that's why you end up just completely exhausted, which is how I feel.
So Jordan, if you know, I think before this game, people already knew that you were pretty good at this game, just based on your history. After tonight, I think if there was anybody who had a question, there probably isn't anybody with any questions left. So that being said, if there were players who were looking to get better, maybe looking to improve, what advice would you give to them? You know, after like you said, you've got some. I'm not afraid to use the word dominance in different formats. So what advice would you give to somebody who's either newer or maybe played a bit but are looking to improve their game?
All right, I'm going to start by responding to your "you've had a lot of success" comment by saying all of the allusions to my past success are shady and mysterious and without any details. All right, you just did it, Liam. I think everybody on the broadcast has done it. Some allusion to some past grandeur. I feel like it is an artful and concerted effort, probably led by Brandon, to smear me in some way. Without details, you can't just allude to being good at this. This is the first virtual tournament that I have won. There are a lot of people that have won a lot more. It's the first one I've been in, and it was a blast. What advice do I give to others? I think that the game is a lot more about skills and traits and emotions and things that have nothing to do with the board game. I think experience is overrated. I think that, I mean, most of the things that the 7 of us did doing battle today were just about talking to each other, persuading each other, explaining our perspectives, trying to sort of read what's really happening and what someone is really thinking when they're telling you one thing or when you see a move on the board. And just all of those things really can be honed and developed through things other than diplomacy. So what does that mean? I think I have seen a lot of brand new players to a format or to the game just rock it up in success because they love that stuff and they're good at that kind of stuff. And I think anybody knew, if you're kind of hunting around some YouTube channel about a weird online board game or sometimes in-person board game, you probably have some of that, and you could probably give it a go and have some success, even if you haven't, if you don't have some vague, mysterious past of triumphs like me.
So on that note, which player or players on the board gave you the most fits in those kinds of discussions?
Oh gosh, they all gave me fits. I could answer this. I gave long answers before. This could be a long answer. Let me try to be concise. I was sincerely moved in a negative way by Justin's his attack to the med. Okay, you know, it happens. But then he kept coming and he dedicated, I think, 5 units, and I had to dedicate 4 or 5 units, and it just seemed so inefficient. And I failed utterly in explaining why it was the wrong thing to do. And he kept telling me he was going to do something other than what he ended up doing. So that is probably why my voice is at half power right now and weakened. I mean, McAllis, the whole game, my conversations with McAllis were like, McAllis, great move. Oh, you got him to do that. Oh, you got Wardy to attack Trieste. Oh, you got, he played an epic game, and he is incredibly good at convincing people to do things that are good for him and not good for me. But we didn't have any tension because I had no issues with anything he did. He was making great moves. We all had spent a long time with Ben explaining why he should stab McAllis. And eventually we got there, but then he completely took it back. So we all lost that battle. Matt is a really, really good player. He is also a straight down the road, reliable, does what he says kind of player, which is just incredibly valuable and the right way to be. And like, you could just count on him doing what he said he's going to do, and that reputation matters and succeeds. Wardy, I mean, I couldn't have won without anybody, more so than anyone. I mean, Wardy, like, I really couldn't have done it without him, obviously. And we just had a really good relationship. I went in at the beginning of the game knowing that it's going to come down to, you're going to need people on your side. And I really worked hard to cultivate that with Wardy. I was, after France left, trying to find a way to get my units in position to make a move on Wardy, because I believed and believe that was the only chance I had to win. But I think I had put enough in the bank with him over the course of the game that, I mean, it really mattered in the end. And so I think on a top board, it is a real mistake if you're not planning that the only way you're going to win is with a lot of help in the last year or two, because that's usually what it comes down to.
Could not agree more. And along those lines, Jordan, where was the moment that won you this game?
Well, you say one moment. I want to say 7, but I'll try to say 1. There are a bunch. I knew after France left that I wasn't going to win in the West. I wasn't going to win by following France. So I had to get in position to basically work with Matt to split the Austrian dots, the Balkans and Austria. That was the only place I could count to a number high enough to tie somebody. So one thing that was, I thought, kind of interesting, which wasn't really, I didn't start out intending this, but go back a little bit and go back one more. Sorry, this isn't great television, but once we get there, it'll be exhilarating. Okay, so go look at that moveset. Right, so Wardy and Matt and I are all working on this moveset. Okay. And Matt and I in the background have talked like, hey, we really, if we have a chance, we got to kind of work together here. Let's get Wardy to move up to the line. That'll be good for us. And one thing that obviously came up here is that Wardy said is, hey, if we kick Michaelis out of Bohemia, he's going to retreat to Tyrolia, and that's not good, right? And in some ways, you might think that would be bad for me to have a German in Tyrolia, and I could just move Piedmont there to block that retreat. But what I said was, no problem. I will move Rome to Venice to cover that. And what I was thinking was, and then in the fall, I'll have to cover Trieste and Venice. And so the fact of Michaelis having to retreat to Tyrolia was really good for me in positioning myself to make a wintergreen work where I actually get something out of it. Now, that was my plan. It didn't work because Michaelis brilliantly got Wardy to stab me for Trieste in the next turn, but it still started to move me in a place where I at least had units positioned to do something with Matt and actually make some growth. So that, to me, when that was kind of coming together, I was really kind of feeling in the back of my mind, okay, this can happen. It's been a rough game, but there's a road up.
When I heard this was the year that I picked out when I answered that question for myself. So I'm glad you picked out the year before, because we're in a similar mindset. But when I heard I'm no longer Hodor, we're boxing now, like, that is what I needed to hear. Like, that is what a competitor will say. And what I picked out, and I wrote my notes, is that you inspired. And Jordan, you and I have only played 2 games. It's only been extended deadline, but something I have picked up in both of those games is you were very good at inspiring your allies. And I think that is an underrated skill. And I heard that here. I recognized that. And that was the moment when I started to believe you had a chance. So really, really good to see that.
Thanks. That is so nice of you to say. I have been reflecting recently on what I love about diplomacy, and I also I spend a lot of time these days coaching my kids' basketball teams, and I am trying to make the kids like teammates. I want them to look at each other and feel like they'll go to war with each other. And as I have been thinking about the diplomacy question, that is what I love most. I love team building, and so much of this is excuses to do team building. I mean, you need to be on the team, but building a team to stop McAllis, building a team to take out, probably the greatest player in this map, all due respect to everybody, but building a team to take out Jamal was key. Anyway, I love the team building part, and I definitely got to do that in this game.
All right, well, I've got one final question for you. I want to take you towards the end of the game, and this was another moment that I wrote down as key. Going all the way to spring of 1910. Yes. So at this moment, you've got Wardy on side. You get Justin to help support you into Tyrolia. That's a relationship that had been stressed, is the word that I would use. That was key to making the difference on it being you and not someone else that is topping this board. What was that conversation like? How did you make that happen? How did we get to a point where your enemy is helping you win the game?
Yeah. So you asked that question the absolute wrong way. How did I make that happen? I'll tell you, I was upset. Justin is so used to I wish I would turn on my camera so he could see my upset face. I have a good upset face, but it was sincere. I was upset when I saw him in Piedmont. I mean, I thought, oh, great. I did not plan that. That was not my brilliant doing. And so the conversation, Brian, was me saying, hey, what are you doing in Piedmont? And he's like, I'm there to help you. That was a shock. So it wasn't me. He had this great idea. He was he was determined not to have McAllis top this board. And he had the bright idea that I might need support to Tyrolia. It did not cross my mind. I did not think what I really need is a French army in Piedmont to help me to Tyrolia. It was a happy accident that he came up with that idea. And when I gave him disappointed face or disappointed voice, he told me sincerely, hey, don't worry, I got you. You just can't win without smart people on your side. So that's how that happened. It wasn't me.
Well, Jordan, I will just say from all of us here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, congratulations. This is the capstone on a fantastic season. I see much success in your future. Should you continue to participate, everyone else should be on watch. Your reputation was known, but now it's been seen. And congratulations on a very hard-earned victory. And thank you for letting us broadcast it.
Hey, thank you so much. I used to play a lot of diplomacy in press, online, and it felt great. And there is a really awesome community there, and I still love that. But you just don't get a community like this. Seeing you guys spend so much time commenting about these games, building interest, it's incredible, and it increases the fun for me and for the competitors so much. So thank you. I can't believe how much time and effort and energy and love you guys put into this. So thank you very much.
All right, Jordan, have a great night.
Except for Brandon.
I was about to say.
All right, good night, Jordan.
Thanks, Jordan.
All right. Well, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for watching tonight. This has been a really, really fun broadcast. Before we close it out, a couple items. One, first, I want to, again, in honor of the Los Angeles Legionnaires, put up the QR code for donations for the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation. Those funds will go to support the firefighters who are trying to help contain and control that horrible fire, and just keeping the Legionnaires and the city of Los Angeles in our thoughts at this time. Second, I would like to thank one Zachary Moore, give him a shout out. We are standing on his shoulders. He is the reason why we are here. The virtual format may have existed, but it would not exist like this without the work that he put in. He has built this community, bringing everyone together, and I will for that be forever grateful, and wish him much success as he moves on. He's not leaving the community, but leaving that role, and then wishing similar success to Isaac, that we can continue to see that global growth within the Virtual Diplomacy League hobby. I'm going to give each of you a chance to say your final thoughts. Liam, I'll start with you.
This was a fantastic night. Both games, the first one with the Snake Pit, with leading up to the VDL Championship, and I think that was it. We said it for both games. The story of those smaller powers, the friends on the board that might just help you put it over the top. And you heard Jordan say it. Having smarter people than you make your moves can make the difference at the end of the game. So I think that was the story of tonight. Is don't neglect those smaller powers on the board.
Adam.
Tier 5 in the books, and the quality of play keeps getting better and better, and the community keeps getting better and better. I can't wait to see what's in store in the next season.
Brandon.
Yeah, I just want to just note the list of winners of this league is quite a good group, and the newest entrant, despite the umbrage he takes at our attempts to compliment him, belongs there, and he is as good a player as we have seen on this tour in the 5 years of virtual. And I look forward to seeing what happens next week at the Virtual Diplomacy Championship top board, and also next month at the DBN Invitational, the big one. Can someone like Jordan come in, having won a big one, possibly a second big one, and then go for the biggest one of all? And it's going to be a great tournament, and I look forward to that quite a lot.
Yeah. So one more shout out for World Diplomacy Championship in San Francisco. Adam, we'll see you there. Definitely encourage you to sign up for that. DB&I, keep your eye out for it. First, we've got the World Diplomacy Championship coming up, I believe, next weekend, you said, where I think you're going to see a couple of these players that we saw go at it for the title of Virtual World Champion. And then, yeah, we've got the DB&I coming up the last weekend of February and the first weekend of March. So the semifinal rounds will be on the looking at my calendar, the 22nd, and the championship game will be on the 1st. If you enjoyed this top board format, this championship game format, you'll love the DB&I. You're going to see a whole tournament full of it. So we'll have 7 games in the semifinal rounds, and the winners of those 7 games will move on to play in the championship. Those games have been fantastic. The quality of play that we've seen in the community just keeps growing, and the top 28 players will be invited to compete find out who will be DBN Diplomat of the Year. Hope to see you in chat, or many of you in the game. Looking forward to commenting that.
One last plug for something local for me is the Cascadia Open in the first weekend of February 1st and 2nd in Vancouver. If you haven't registered, please register. That'll be a fantastic event, and hope to see you there.
All right. Well, that will close out our broadcast. I'd like to thank Liam, Adam, Brandon. Thank you all for joining. For those of you watching, if you enjoyed the broadcast, please give it a thumbs up, like it, subscribe to the channel, post in the comments. All of those things will help the algorithm promote the broadcast. This was a great one. If you want to share the game of diplomacy with someone, wouldn't hurt you to share this broadcast to help them see what kind of game this can be. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for those of you in Dip Chat, and to everyone, stay safe and stab well.